the evil that lurks within. Smiling faces sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies, and I got proof. Oh Lord, yeah. Sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies, and I got proof.
Beware of the handshake that has a snake.
I'm telling you, beware of the pat on the back. It just might hold you back. Jealousy, misery, envy. I tell you, you can't see behind smiling faces sometimes. Hey, they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies, and I got proof.
Your enemy won't do you no harm, 'cause you know where he's coming from.
Don't let the handshake and the smile fool you. Take my advice, I'm only trying to school you. Smiling faces sometimes they don't tell the truth. Smiling faces tell lies, and I got proof.
For you. This call is being recorded.
All right, so how long have you been going through gang stalking?
20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
Hey, why don't you go? I remember you had one story where you said somebody had hit you in the back of the head with a stick or something.
It might have been a hammer for all I know, but I don't know if that has to do with the gang stalking or not. You know, I don't know what that was.
Right.
I really don't. All I know is I got attacked from behind with earbuds in my ear and a loud MP3 player playing loud music, so I didn't hear a thing, and so I wasn't ready. And that was a dangerous thing to do in a pedestrian tunnel when you don't know what's behind you.
Right. What are your feelings on color perception? Have you ever seen or noticed anybody following you specifically with certain color shirts, like pattern color stalking?
That I got very little of, but I did get some of it with words, like with words, trigger words on the shirt, and mostly that was in Hawaii, and that was like a lot of years ago, and that hasn't been. I haven't seen that for over 15 years,
Okay. Have you ever seen the brights on the cars, the brightening?
Yeah, but I don't, but what that is usually is now because I walk everywhere because I don't drive. How it affects me is like if it's nighttime, how someone will be waiting in a car, and when I get near it, they'll turn like on their lights or turn off their headlights, so my eyes have to adjust, from the dark to the bright. That's brightening to me, is the change of the lights. Like even street lights will go out when I approach them on foot, and it just makes my eyes have to adjust, and it's harder to.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, Christiane, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Right on. Tonight we have Jordan who is on the phone. He's calling from Los Angeles, and he's been going through gang stalking for some time. And Jordan, this is Christiane. She's coming.
Hi.
What's up? What state are you in?
I'm in Victoria, BC, Canada.
Oh, right on. Cool. Above Jameel? Like north of
Pardon?
North of Michigan?
North of you.
I'm right above Washington in Canada.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
that's right. Okay,
yep.
so you're north of me, basically.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Is that BC? Is that British Columbia? The west coast of Canada?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, and then the more French Canada is towards the east.
That's right. That would be Quebec.
Okay, and Montreal maybe.
Yep. Quebec is it's a province. Montreal is one of the cities.
Right. Okay. Cool. So Montreal is in Quebec, and you're in where? Vancouver, BC.
Victoria. I'm on Vancouver Island.
Oh, are you actually on Vancouver Island right now?
Yes. Yep.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, it is beautiful here, but the people leave a lot to be desired for the most part. There's a lot of good people here, but
it's small, right?
Really, well, it's kind of a gnarly place when it comes down to like the gang stalking and stuff like that. There's a lot of corruption here, and I've experienced it and seen it for many years.
You mean like country boy stalking, old Southern style stalking?
Oh no, like some criminal gang type element. Like it's very organized. I'd say mafia type organization, because a lot of the corruption is direct involvement with the authorities.
Wow.
There's a guy who's from Quesnel here in BC who witnessed a murder, and it was the RCMP that murdered this girl. And he tried to do the right thing and bring it forward, and they totally destroyed his life. And just the level of corruption that goes on with respect to authorities covering their own horrible crimes and destroying people. And the mentality here, like, I'm from Nova Scotia originally, and I find that the women here tend to lean more towards, oh, well, all I have to do is, make sure I got a nice set of tits or whatever, and, I can find a man who'll pay my way for me type thing. Mm-hmm. Whereas back in Nova Scotia, there's more, women have more pride in, being independent and educated and doing their own thing and stuff. So it's very superficial, very materialistic, very snobby.
Huh?
Yeah.
Snobby, small-minded?
Yeah.
Lynch mob mentality?
Yeah, not everybody is like that. I'm not trying to, lump the whole place into that one category, but there's a big difference, because there are good people here, but I find the people that I tend to appreciate are usually people who are from other places. They're not originally from here, so.
Well, just Vancouver Island, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and for you to get to, like, the mainland of Canada, you would take a ferry or a boat?
Yeah. It's about, I think it's an hour and 35 minutes or something.
Wow, that's kind of far.
It's not too bad.
Can you see the mainland with just your naked eyes?
No, but I can see Port Angeles from places here, Washington.
At night with lights or during the daytime?
At night usually, but in the daytime, you can usually see, like, the mountains from over there. But other than that, it's usually at night you'll see it lit up or whatever.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, do you work? And you obviously live there. Who do you live with? Family?
No, I live on my own.
Okay, cool. Right on. How old are you?
I just turned 45 in April.
Good. Cool. I'm 53.
Jordan.
Have you two ever met?
No. Oh.
Too far, huh?
Yeah. I contacted Jameel with a comment, I believe, on one of his videos, and just kind of told him what I was going through with respect to gang stalking and stuff. So he messaged me back, and then we've been talking since. I think it's been, maybe a couple months or something.
That's cool. That helps a lot.
Yeah, about a couple months, at least a good month, but probably a couple months or a month and a half, somewhere like that.
Yeah,
it helps.
Somewhere around there.
It helps. Do you know any other TIs? Have you ever met anyone in person? Christiane? That's a TI?
No, but I know that there's a lot of people that are targeted here from what I've seen on the internet. There's a doctor in Vancouver who actually was getting zapped with the weapons, and it left a mark in his window of this weapon. And
Matthew Aaron.
Yeah, and he found the actual weapon online, and
wow.
it was exactly the pattern of what was on his window and stuff. And he's a doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen his videos. He's a cool dude.
Yeah, I've come across a lot of interesting videos and people on here, and if it wasn't for, people like Jameel and stuff, I wouldn't have the slightest clue on, what to do or how to go about the ways that I have been able to document evidence and stuff, and understanding a lot of the things happening. And so it was nice to be able to not just have like the confirmation of stuff, but also have like advice from people who have already been experiencing it, to as to like how to collect evidence and what like certain scenarios and things like that, and just it made me understand it a lot better, and it made it easier to kind of
Me too.
deal
To live,
with
to
when
live,
I knew I wasn't by myself.
I know exactly. But could you imagine if we were like the only ones on the planet, that this was happening to?
I said that to when we were on the call last night, with respect to like back in the 80s, say if it was 85, like we wouldn't have this technology, we wouldn't have the internet. How would people cope then? It would be almost impossible, because you wouldn't have any way to reach out to, the amount of people that we're able to now. And it's probably like saved a lot of lives, with respect to people like killing themselves because they have nobody. It makes it a lot easier when you know that you're not by yourself, and you realize that it's sad, really, the magnitude of the amount of people who are targeted, but it's comforting in the same breath.
Yeah. It'd be really easy to go insane if I didn't know what was going on. If I didn't have all these videos of cool people telling me exactly what's going on in my life.
Yeah, exactly.
People that that are on the that I've never met or seen in my life, that are like living the same nightmare I am.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
It's sad, but it's comforting. But
yeah. It is. Yeah.
Thanks, Christiane, for I'm glad that if people sometimes say that, like if my videos have done something for somebody, I appreciate it. But at the same time, if it wasn't for people contacting me on YouTube, I don't know where I would be, because I wouldn't have any insight. It's all the people that I talk to, such as you, Jordan, and Christiane, that have helped me and filled me in on extra information I wouldn't have known.
But you're the one making the videos. That's the hard part.
Right. Yeah. And a lot of people are in fear, man. There's a lot of fear out there. Out of all the people that I've spoken to, only a small percentage of them are on YouTube.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
It's a hostage situation, to say the least.
Mine isn't really as much fear as it is inability, to even film with my cell phone is difficult for me. It
you
is.
mean the hacking and the interception of your communications and stuff, or?
Yeah, my electronics, like my cell phone could go out at any moment, and
they've cut me off.
Yeah, you get that too?
Oh yeah, they cut me off last night when we were on the conference call.
Really?
They've cut me off when I've been talking to Apple and giving them the websites and the information with regards to the security issues and whatnot. They've shut me right down.
Wow. Yeah, that happens to me too.
Yeah. It's pretty sad.
Yeah, it is. It's really sad.
It's strange. It's strange. So, Christiane, how is it with, like, do you have a relationship? Because I'm wondering how hard it will be to ever have a normal relationship again.
I'm not in a relationship with anybody. I've been single for a while, but I don't know how anything like that how I could even possibly incorporate like a relationship with respect to what's going on, because, you know, how do you, meet someone and try to tell them what you're going through without like scaring them off, for one, or like sounding like a total nut or whatever, like, but wanting them to be aware, like, look, this is what's happening to me, so, you might want to kind of be prepared or something, just in case, I don't know.
But buckle up.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to have, somebody having to deal with like this kind of stuff just because they're around me. So it's
exactly. Yeah, so it's like it would have to be like a sadist or a masochist, something crazy. Something that I'm not into, that I'm not familiar with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a situation. It was like, I remember I even started, and Christiana, forgive me if you feel offended by this. I mean no offense, towards any women listening to this on the internet in general, but it just got to the point to where I just looked at it like, I just went and started paying. I just started buying hookers at one point. Because I'm gonna explain something here. I always remember going out and talking to women, and I had no problem meeting. There's a lot of women that would come meet me and want to hang out with me and be around me, and as soon as they got around me, the people would come in, give them disinformation stories, give them all sorts of stuff, like prepaid credit cards, Walmart cards. I even was dating a girl for a couple months, and she was showing me how she was participating in it. She was getting Walmart cards and all sorts of stuff, and every single day. And so I just started, I just went on the whole stroll and got I'm not ashamed of it either.
No, that makes it hard to have a girlfriend that's, like stalking you and fucking with your mind.
Right.
That doesn't sound cool. Right?
Right. Yeah.
Like being some puppet, some puppet chick.
Mm-hmm.
Ventriloquist. Yep. A ventriloquist.
Yeah, I remember one time there was a woman and she was like, I'm coming to pick you up, and I didn't even know her. Like, we were talking on the internet and she lived like 30, 45 minutes away from me, and she's like, I'm coming to pick you up. I talked to her for like 8 hours about like astrology and numerology and the Hindu astrology compared to, Thai astrology, and so we're having like these sophisticated philosophical spiritual conversations and everything, and like and she's all like she's all like, I've never met anybody who had this sort of insight that you had. No one's ever been able to explain this stuff to me. And I'm thinking I'm going to be hanging out. I'm thinking like, some nice girls coming to like pick me up and we're going to be hanging out and having fun and everything. And the next thing I know, she says, I'm coming to pick you up. And then I say, okay, I'm ready. And the next thing I know, before I even meet her, she's doing gang stalking assignments on me, and she's like following me around. And I'm like, what the? We didn't even. How is this happening? We didn't even meet yet. The people who network the street terrorism is what it is. The people who network it use some guy from her work or something to talk her into doing the assignments. And I'm just like, this is really crazy. This is crazy. Why would a man be so concerned about me, about some woman who wants to come hang out with me? Why do they have to pay? Why do they have to pay? Isn't it enough my food's getting covertly drugged and electronic weapons, and I can't even walk around my own neighborhood without getting stalked, and let alone somebody? This is really out of control, and it puts guys in a bad situation. I mean, it'll have you at the whole house.
Yeah.
It'll have you at the whole house.
It works out. It's working on my libido for sure.
Right.
For sure.
And then the women, Christiane, do you have any insight how bad it is for the women? Because I've heard about a lot of guys like really taking, like, gang stalking the women that they go and hang out. The women are in dating relationship, and the guys actually use the relationship to hurt them more, then they end up leaving the woman and won't ever talk to her again and stuff. Like what's going on with that?
That's
No, I haven't. Like I said, I haven't really known anybody that's targeted or anything until like just recently and started talking to you. But
Mhm.
but yeah, I don't know. All I know is what I've experienced and how I've been able to, like, I figured things out. I knew what was going on before I even understood what it really was that was going on.
Mhm.
Like I could
You
grasp a lot of
intuitively.
the crap that was happening, and I understood that, you know, the importance of like the evidence and all that stuff, like getting evidence and all this, and certain ways to go about certain things. It was just, I don't know.
Very,
I
very,
had a
it's
better
like
understanding.
it's like a instinct for survival almost.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know? And
Yeah.
without the paranoia, and with enough self-confidence and intelligence, and hopefully some street smarts, you can survive this thing. For who knows how long. It might be
Well,
actually. Huh?
They say that it's until your death, until they kill you. Basically,
Yeah.
it never stops.
Is that what you believe it to be?
Well, that's what the information from, former government officials or people that have knowledge of this. That's what they say. Yeah, it's
The evidence shows that this is a never-ending thing for us.
pretty much. Yeah, it's basically until they kill you.
Wow, that's not cool. That's like worse than death row.
Well, that's why I'm trying to focus on, like, how to effectively collect evidence, like what the laws are with respect to, like, all kinds of different angles and stuff like that, and just, yeah, like all the different aspects, and how national security, uses the defense of national security to shut things down and stuff, and like all the different, like, laws and whatnot about it. And to me, my situation, there is nothing that is classified that they would have a justified reason for shutting me down. The only justification that I could foresee them using to prevent me from, getting heard in court or whatever, is that they need to do it to protect themselves from being exposed. Other than that, there's no reason. And like, I've studied, like, all the different aspects, from the psychiatry angle, like the medications, the weapon systems and stuff. My husband is actually an ESOP in the military, which is a naval electronic sensory operator. He's the one who operates the computerized weapon system. So, my family's got a long history of military experience. So I also have that aspect as well, where, I understand that, and I know that, what these technologies are and stuff. And, I've also learned about hacking and the different things, and how to find things within my devices that prove what these people are doing. They've kind of figured that out, and I noticed that there's a partition. They've put a separate drive to, I believe, hide their shit. But yeah, I'm a fact checker. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I look for proof, whether it's evidence of something that's already happened before and it's been proved, like MK Ultra, or if it's a situation where weapons or whatever, like finding the patents or whatever, or law enforcement or something acknowledging that, okay, yeah, they have this or whatever. I always have to have proof. So that's been mainly what I've been focusing on with respect to trying to make sure that I have all my I's crossed, my I's dotted, my T's crossed when it comes to potentially being able to get into court and prove this stuff. So like every angle, and they've essentially taken everything from my life and made it so I have nothing else to do besides spend all the time researching and finding out all this stuff. So I mean, they've given themselves a not so good of an opportunity to prevent me from exercising my rights that way, because they essentially, like I said, taken away they killed my dog. They're preventing me from getting another one. So like I have nothing but time to sit here and do all this to do it, and I have OCD, so I make sure that I'm covering every angle. Like I want to know, like, okay, if this happens, okay, what can I bring up? It's like when you go to court and stuff, and lawyers bring up, well, in this case, such and such was sentenced to blah 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 or whatever. They have the reference to former cases or whatever. That's kind of like what I'm doing is making sure that I have like, well, this happened with this case, or this was the outcome of this, so therefore blah blah blah, and making sure that I have all of the information and every angle.
Let me explain. I want to get into some stuff right here and explain to people how really diabolical and sick and strange this gang stalking stuff is. Listen to this. Okay, I was seeing that this was like about a year ago, a couple of years ago. About a year. It started happening a couple of years ago, but especially a couple of years ago around this time. I was seeing a woman for a couple of months, and she participated in the gang stalking. And she ended up being on drugs. She had no driver's license, no license plate on her car. And, like, she could literally drive everywhere with no license plate on her car, run through stop signs drunk, pick me up drunk, drop me off drunk. And everybody who was a part of the gang stalking was watching it happen, and she never got pulled over once. And it went on for, like, 2 months. Yeah, and I'm thinking, who the hell can drive around with no license plate, drunk, high off of drugs, with no driver's license, and do all this stuff? But she was really cool. She was a really good person. Don't get me wrong. She was really cool. But I didn't even really know her. She was just somebody, I was just messing with. But I want to show you something here. This is how weird the gang stalking stuff is. So upon me talking to her and other women, this was a sick situation where I would be having, like, literally, I'm not saying this is for real. I would be having intimate relationships with women, and through the gang stalking, they would be mimicking that back. For instance, I had a relationship with a woman, and it was a sexual relationship, and they were using old people, children, middle class people. They were using company owners to mimic back the sexual activity, and they would be like doing stuff like spitting. And spitting was a form of like they were spitting out semen. I'm not joking. This is for real. This is for real. And so I would be having a relationship with a woman, and they would be saying, "Oh yeah, that woman gave you you had a sexual experience," and so they'd be picking like old people, children. They'd be picking people who work jobs.
What they do. They want to.
They were mimicking.
They're watching you, and they're confirming it by having people like react.
They were
and play out what's your personal.
They were using a community of people were using their own children and using old people and dogs and stuff to mimic back sexual activity I was having with women in the privacy of my own home. And I was like, man, this stuff is crazy. This is the type of stuff that was happening to me. And they would use I would be hanging out with the girl and talking to her and stuff, and she would come over to my house, and we'd be hanging out, and they'd be using like little kids and old people and all sorts of stuff to come and yell stuff at certain times and everything. And they would be, it would be like people who were in the community who had like responsible jobs and stuff, and they were all participating in some weird mimic of my own personal activity with another woman. I was like, man, this stuff is weird. They're like, this is some sick psychological stuff.
Yeah,
this is
like,
deep.
They want you to know that they are watching you, and that they know, and they want the paranoia, they want the reaction, so they can map your brain.
Yeah,
right?
And then if I went, then if I like went, there was women, there'd be like women and who I'd be talking to in situations like that, and they would have like little children, like they had like, there was like some little black kid, and they like coached him to hump up and down like he was having sex in the middle of the street, and he was so small. I was thinking like, there's no way in the world he did that himself. An adult sat there and coached him on how to hump up and down like he was having sex in broad daylight in the middle of the street to participate in the gang stalking based off a psychological concept of me talking to women and then them having children or something and not wanting to be with me or something. It was like some weird stuff where they were trying to interfere with my relationships, and they were using that scenario through the gang stalking assignments, through the assignments that they were financing the people to do. And I was like, who is sitting back? Who in the world is sitting back planning this stuff?
The Wizard of Oz.
No, but you're talking about adults. You're talking about money exchanging hands and planning and timing. What group of adults are sitting back planning this stuff? And then I tell people about it. I would tell people about it, and they would look at me. They would look at me like, man, are you tripping or is this real? I'm like, don't look at me like I'm tripping. Think about the people who were planning it. What are they tripping off of?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Who the hell is coaching little boys to hump up and down in broad daylight like they're having sex in the middle of the street?
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Yeah.
And so that's the reality of gang stalking.
It is.
That's the reality. That's the
different responses. They need to map different responses to get the EEG readout on your brain to make sure that they correct, I guess.
Generally make us uncomfortable.
Right. Yeah. There's some strange stuff, and they'd have old people doing stuff like that, and I mean, I would just sit there and, like, you know, people talk about gang stalking in the sense that they get followed back and forth with lights on to the store. They get followed, people red shirts. It's much deeper than that. That's only the extent that the public sees. They're using neuro-linguistic programming and psychological stuff to do really strange stuff with people, just like what I described. And I'm like, who is sitting back planning this stuff and doing, like, what kind of people are doing this? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
You know, I couldn't imagine sitting down at a table and sitting there with a group of people and and sitting there structuring this out and planning how we're going to implement this.
Yeah.
That's some really spooky stuff.
Yeah. That's voodoo.
It's spooky. It's really weird. How do you explain to somebody's parents, or how do you explain to somebody to teach their children to do stuff like that? Yeah. That's it's mind-boggling.
You've heard of voodoo, right? Voodoo?
Voodoo?
Yeah. You've heard of that?
Voodoo, yeah, like in the sense of black magic.
Yeah.
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 That's some really strange stuff, man. I mean, I've seen, like, I remember there was a time in my life where I used to see like weird. They would do weird stuff like all the time, and then I had numerous people emailing me and calling me who were saying the same things.
Mm-hmm.
There was a guy I was friends with, and he was the first person who contacted me when he was being gang stalked, and he was saying he was seeing the same exact stuff, and there's been like about 20 people who have described similar stuff to me, like not the same stuff, but stuff along that strange level.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different stuff.
Yeah.
Like I remember one time they had an old woman putting her tongue in her cheek and mimicking blowjobs to me.
Yeah.
Like yeah. Like you know how people can do, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And I just be like, wow, man, like that is really that is really interesting.
Look at that lady in the UK that I subscribe to. She posted that video recently about the guy who was right in front of her and like following her with an umbrella, and he was doing outrageous like dancing around to get her attention, to make her look, and her pet was murdered. And when she finally actually looked, that her pet's name was on the umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and he was dancing around and doing all these things and making, you know, googly eyes at her and stuff to try and get her to pay attention to him. So when she finally did, and she realized why he was trying so hard to get her attention, it was because it was to get her, I guess, her response, her reaction to the fact that the pet that they killed, that pet's name was on the umbrella. So he was like, you know, making it known that, hey, yeah, I'm following you. This is, you know, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, and mapping out her response.
Right.
I think that's,
right.
that's pretty cruel.
Yeah, in your face, like in your face.
Well, yeah, and the pet that they murdered, you know, like, ha ha ha, you know, like, they're so brazen. Like, yep, we killed your pet. Like,
right.
And we're
and
telling you right here,
I've seen
we're
them
putting it in your face, but what are you going to do about it?
I've seen them make little boys dress up like little girls.
Really?
Yeah. They had one day. They had some little kids who were gang stalking me, and I wouldn't even pay any. You know, like I was at the point when I was doing my courses where I would see people doing stuff, but I was so busy doing my interviews and I was so busy doing my stuff, I didn't pay attention. But I remember one day, somebody had dressed their son up to look. They put little girl barrettes in his hair and stuff and everything, and I was like, man, that is really strange. They're dressing little boys up like little girls to do. I mean, I guess he's protecting his community. I don't know how they're explaining that to him, but you know, I was just like, wow, that's huh?
The child assassins.
Huh?
Those are child assassins.
Yeah, I was like, man, this stuff is really wicked. They're into some strange stuff.
Have you ever heard of Zacchaeus breathe of Ewing? So Zacchaeus Ewing breathe of.
The who?
Zacchaeus.
What is it?
Zacchaeus.
I don't
Ewing.
think so.
No?
I don't think I've heard of that.
Type in Zacchaeus in YouTube. Zakaos.
I can't. You've gone really, really low all of a sudden.
Okay, Zacchaeus.
Oh, there you go.
The letter Zakaos.
What is it like?
It's a person. That's his name. Zacchaeus Breedlove Ewing. It's his name,
No.
and he's been doing really, really, really advanced videos for the last 10 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he's got hundreds and thousands of subscribers. But his last video was him in the hospital like 2 years ago in Niagara, near New York and Canada. And
Yep.
and then he's just disappeared like 2 years ago. But his videos are still on YouTube. You should check them out while they're still there.
Hmm. Wow. Yeah, there's been a lot of murders and stuff. Yeah. Because that's their ultimate goal. They want to kill us. But if he was doing advanced videos and stuff like that, he was probably because the more you understand, the more you know, the more they actually put you on a list that's not just to discredit you or put you in a hospital or set you up. It's you're on the list to be taken out.
Well, do you think you're on that list?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly believe it that I am. Yeah.
You mean by like increasing the chances of you having an accident by like distraction?
Yeah, and even if that doesn't happen, like they're using people like criminals to harass and stalk me, but even if that doesn't happen, they've got plausible deniability with respect to the weapons systems because they can give anybody a heart attack from like miles away.
Yeah, I bet they can.
Yeah.
That's scary.
So it's like, well, it's just a natural thing, right? You know, and people don't think any different. And but one thing I will say, like I will never commit suicide. So, you know.
Yeah, that's what I tell myself whenever I need to, because I have never considered that in my life, you know, because I'm too much of a winner, and I've had too good of a life before this shit happened, you know. So I know how good my life could be if it wasn't just completely halted, you know, by this shit.
Yeah.
You know. Well, hey, I don't know how long we're going to be on this call, but can I get your email, Christiane?
Well, don't say it. If she wants to,
Okay.
she'll send it to you, or she'll send it through me to you, man. But we don't want to put her out there like that because this is an interview, and we don't want everybody to hearing her email on here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I wasn't thinking about that, but I can pass it on to Jameel has it, so yeah, you can.
Okay. I'll say I'll send it to you then. But we don't want to put that on here for everybody, all the listeners to hear.
It'd be like putting a phone number or you put your address on there before Jameel, or like showing where you live.
Well, yeah, but that had to do with a lot of that had to do with the company, that beat gang stalking thing I was doing. So I had services I was providing for people through a business on there.
Right.
But.
And you said that like you were at the house with your mom, I think, was like in a new like tract home community, and like yours was one of the original houses there built there, something like that.
Yeah, probably. But yeah. But hey, Jordan, what do you think about that though? Like,
about what?
Well, why? Okay, we have the gang stalking with the color coding and the brightening, and we know how they use community watch apps, and they pay people to say you got to watch this person, you got to do all that. But why? And that's bad enough. That's bad enough. But why? But it goes much deeper. It has to do with emotional distress and panic and stuff. And they use weird psychological stuff like that. Like, I was in shock. I'm thinking, why are they having women spitting, mimicking? I'm hanging out with some woman. I'm a grown man. I like to be with women, and so I'm hanging out with a woman. There was some sexual activity going on between us over my house, and somehow this was observed. I don't know how they were seeing this. I don't know if there was cameras, or I don't know how they were doing. I don't know how this was observed, but the networking was mimicking that back to me. And they were having people spitting, women spitting, like they were spitting semen out of their mouth and stuff. And that was a part of the gang stalking everywhere I went. there was people doing that. And then they were doing weird stuff. And I was looking at that like, this is an aspect of the gang stalking that most people don't see. That people, when we film this stuff, it looks one way. You see the cars with the lights, you see the red shirts. They don't see there's a cross communication that's embedded into that stuff. They will hire people only because of how they physically look. They will hire people only as reminders of activity that you might have. There's a much deeper psychological, emotional connotation placed on the people that they get to participate. If you've had an issue with somebody or you had a breakup, they will get these people, they will specifically use certain individuals because it creates more distress in the person's life. They will get people to participate and do things only acting out themes of the person's life. And there's a much deeper connotation on it. And I just thought that was really bizarre. And then I had so many other people,
They need your reaction. They need to put you in different scenarios, and so they can like read your EEG to, Right.
And so I'm like, and I'm thinking, people, this is being planned by people, and people are financing this. And then when I seen them training little kids to hump up and down like they were having sex in the middle of the street in broad daylight, I was just like, whoa. What is going? I was just like, this is really off the wall. Like we need to step back for a minute and analyze this and say, what is going on here?
Yeah.
What are? See, they've disrespected my God, and these I'm telling you, man, this stuff is really strange. Because if somebody came to me and they said, we need to dress your son up like a little girl, and I'd say, what do you mean you're going to dress my son up like a little girl? They say, oh, it's harmless. We just need to do this. I'd say, you're not dressing my son up like a little girl for any amount of money.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what you're into. I don't know what's going on, but I don't want any part of it. Yeah. Whatever you got going on with that guy, I don't want nothing to do with it. I ain't dressing no son up like no little girl. My daughter or son ain't going to be outside humping up and down like they're having sex in the middle of the damn street. I don't know what's going on, but my God doesn't want anything to do with it.
Yeah.
That's how I would respond. We need community leaders like that.
Yeah.
And we need those type of leaders. And so this stuff's going on all over the world. And there's a lot of strange psychological connotations involved in it. And that's why I support the education on gang stalking as number one, because the degeneracy, the degeneracy has went too far, and they've offended my God, and so you know
blasphemy. They blasphemy.
Right. That's the work of demons.
Yeah.
That's the work. That's the work of demons to play with people's minds.
Yeah, to play with your minds.
Yeah.
And I'm a man and I'm over my house and there's a woman over my house.
That's who's behind it. When it comes right down to the very nitty gritty, that's exactly what's behind it. The Illuminati and the Satanic, they worship Baphomet, Satan. They're all Satanists, so it is demons. It is demonic.
Yeah.
They're only an imitation. I'm telling you, I don't know what they're only an imitation of my God though, because I'm telling you, and I'm not even religious. I'm not Christian. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Muslim. My God is the true light, the true matrix of the universe. They're imitations of my God, because if what they represented was real, they could get out there up front and say what they represented and be accepted. The fact that they got to hide behind my God, they try to do these evil deeds and hide behind the veil of right. Yeah, they want to do these sick evil deeds, making little kids hump up and down like they're having sex and all this stuff. They want to do all that kind of stuff in the gang stalking, and then at the same time hide behind the veil like they're doing something good in the community, doing something good at these stores. They want to hide behind the veil of being responsible and being religious and all this stuff. They've misrepresented my God to carry out their demonic work.
Yeah.
They're demons misrepresenting the true light. They've misrepresented the true light of the universe, and they've offended my God, and it's going down.
Yeah. And you won't stand for it anymore, you know.
Well, he didn't. No. And so they're imitations. That's what this gang stalking stuff business is. They're trying to imitate my God and make them and pain
No, they're
degenerate.
not imitating. They're mocking. They're not
Mocking.
imitating.
Yeah.
They're mocking.
They're mocking. Yeah, they're mocking my God because they're paying degenerate, immoral people a couple dollars to do all sorts of strange, perverted stuff and lie and stalk people and harass people. And they're mocking my God. My God gives people free will.
It's a
right.
mocking anyways. That's what the whole 666 and everything inverted, the cross upside down. It's a mocking of
Right.
Christ. It's a mocking of it's
Right.
And it's so blatant, and it really is everywhere. It's on everything. It's everywhere.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
So it's really strange, and if I was involved with gang stalking, I would feel really uncomfortable with the whole thing. If it was me and I was caught up in something like that, I would be really uncomfortable with the whole thing.
Yeah.
I would say that this stuff is strange, it's sick, it's perverted, it's based on lies and deceptions, and I really don't want anything to do with this. I'm sorry, but I don't want anything to do with it. I don't like what I'm seeing. Why? I know. I mean, you would think somebody would have enough sense to think for themselves that far and say, "What am I involved in? I don't want to be involved in this."
Yeah. This is none of my business. This is like a lynch mob.
Right. It looks like a freak show is what it looks like.
Yeah.
I don't want it. I don't want it anywhere near me because my God told me you back up away from them because what they got coming is going to be real bad.
Yeah.
So they've disrespected.
Yeah. And it's just because we have powerful psyches.
Right.
And smart.
Yeah. And Rachel just texted me a little while ago, and she's on her way home, and she's saying she's gonna call in when she gets home. So, I was gonna say, Demiria, why don't Christiane, do you want to what do you think needs to be spoken about the most? Like, you've hit it off with the psychotronic weapons, the remote neural monitoring. What do you think the overall?
I don't know. I'm kind of brain dead today.
Right.
And I'm having problems breathing. I have asthma and just the weather and everything. My chest is feeling pretty tight, so I'm not as talkative as I was last night.
Right. Right.
Do you have asthma, Christiane?
Yeah.
Okay. My best friend got rid of his asthma by smoking pot. I don't know, if that's true, but
if I smoke pot, it makes me not very. Yeah. Me and pot don't mix.
Well, yeah. That's all right.
But I know there's a lot of good things with regards to marijuana, because I know that they are saying now that there's a lot of proof to back up the claim of it helping cure cancer or whatever, like help with like people who have cancer and stuff. Not just with the appetite type thing, but there's something about it that actually does help fight cancer. So I know there's that, but I wouldn't think smoking it would be the
Good for
way
asthma.
of taking it in. I think if they're probably thinking more along a maybe THC pills or something, or edibles or something like that. That, you know, 'cause if you have
THC.
cancer, I don't think, especially if you don't smoke, you probably wouldn't want to start smoking. But yeah, I know that's one of the things too that they try to, well, they make it illegal and stuff, that they don't want to have people accessing any kind of medication or herbal remedy or whatever that will help. And they also say that it's good, marijuana is good for fucking up the systems for the mind control. It makes it almost impossible for them to get a good read.
Yeah, I've heard
And
that
that's
too.
probably-
Because the
yeah,
neuro.
that's probably one of the things that I wish I could smoke pot for. But yeah.
Yeah, it makes mind control more difficult.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, a really good author on mind control was Jim Keith. Have either one of you ever heard of Jim Keith?
So,
Jim Keith was really notable back in the 1990s, and he passed away, unfortunately. But Jim Keith wrote a book. Matter of fact, while we're talking, I'm going to look it up. Transformation,
I have
what's
a
it called?
question.
Oh, you mean
No, it's
Kathy
called
O'Brien?
Mass Control Engineering of Human Consciousness by Jim
Wow.
Keith. But go ahead. What were you saying, Christian?
California just passed a thing where they've now banned like Bibles and religion and shit or something.
They banned
What's up with
banned
that?
what?
Like what? There's a ban on like the Bible or something.
I don't know.
Something that has to do with Christianity or something. I just saw it in the news. California has got laws now that have been passed where you can't. I should have looked before I said it, so I knew exactly what I was talking about. But something about they've made it so you can't. I don't know if it's in schools or whatever, but something about the Bible. They've banned having the Bible in school or something, or not in school, or I don't know. I should look it up before I.
It's probably public school, like prayer, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
doubt
thought that was like really messed up.
it. It is.
Right.
And it's all part of the whole plan to, you know, implement their sick system. But it's
Agenda
I thought
20.
that's pretty nasty. Like what's going on with the Constitution? That's like, whoa, they're, you know, Muslims and stuff, they're allowed to practice their religion and shit and whatnot, you know, but you know, people who are like from California or whatever, from the States, they're all of a sudden told that no, you can't practice this anymore or whatever, just kind of banned or outlawed or whatever. Like that's pretty fucked up. Pretty,
Are you
really
American
fucked up.
Huh?
Are you American or Canadian?
I'm Canadian.
Oh, cool. All right, you were born there.
Yeah. I remember when I was in school, because I grew up military, I was in a lot of like military schools and stuff, and we had to sing "O Canada" in English and French every morning and say the Lord's Prayer every morning, and then at the end of the day.
Wow.
And then
Oh,
they
Canada.
took that out of schools.
I remember doing the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to ask you a question. Now, how do you feel about this? Is Canada still owned by the British Crown?
There is something. I've never really paid much attention to it because, like I said, I didn't even vote. I paid no attention to government stuff before all this happened. But there is something that has to do with the Queen. Yeah. So
Really? Okay.
I would have to look up.
Is she on your currency still?
Yes.
Is she?
I don't. Oh, go ahead.
Like Australia and New Zealand. Like Australia and New Zealand.
Right. Well, in America, the presidents, you can often see the presidents kissing the ring of the Pope and stuff like that. Like a lot of the
I met Pope John Paul.
Did you?
Back in
cool.
81 or something, just before Lady Diana and Charles came through when they were married through Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. I got to see that and the Pope.
Right.
John Paul. John Paul was cool.
Yep. Yeah, he seems very cool, but all the stuff that's now coming out about the Vatican and stuff, I'm starting to wonder, like, like who's who and what's what with regard to the situation in the church, because they're, all that pedophile stuff and whatnot, the satanic crap that's linked now to the Vatican, and it's very disturbing.
It is.
Did you see that reptilian statue behind the Pope, Ratzinger? Ratzinger was giving a speech one day, and I was looking behind him, and he had a picture. It was a reptilian. It looked like I kid you not. Go back and type in the Pope reptilian alien. It was a gigantic statue, huge, behind the Pope.
They say the Queen, the royal family, are supposed to be like reptilians or whatever. They talk about the blue bloods and stuff like that. And actually, that's my blood type. I'm Rh negative as well. When people say, yeah, we come from apes or monkeys or whatever, I'm like, I ain't got no monkey gene. I'm negative. I got no monkey blood in me.
It's mind-boggling though. What would a pope be doing, speaking in front of a gigantic reptilian statue? Why, like that?
Exposing all the satanic stuff within the Vatican, and
that was strange.
And it makes sense when you look at the history of priests and nuns, like priests buggering the boys and raping the girls, the nuns, the way they, just the authoritarian, I can't think of the word, the way they punish and they're very harsh and like hardcore and stuff, but all the issues with the kids being molested within the church, and so it does make a lot of sense now when you look back on it. It's not hard to believe the claims that are being put forth, and like the Pope, I never saw it, but I heard something about the Pope being arrested or something, and like it's just like it's insane. Like, and I'm starting to realize now why possibly my mom forbid me to go to a Catholic church. Like my dad used to force me to go to Catholic church, but my mom forbid me to go. And I'm starting to think that, maybe that's why, with respect to, all the molestations and stuff. So yeah, it was very confusing for me growing up because, like I said, my mom forbid me to go, and then visiting my dad on the weekends, I was forced to go. So it was like, okay, like it was, very, very mixed signals from my parents, and neither one of them could agree with the other on even any middle ground for anything. They butted heads completely. Like when I was younger, they would sit in the kitchen and literally play tug of war with me. One would be sitting in one chair, they're drunk out of their mind, and saying, oh, your mom's a fucking bitch, blah, 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 blah. And then my mom would be like, well, your dad's a fucking asshole and this and that. And they'd give me the rundown of their fight and adult issues that no child should be subjected to. And they would literally, one would have one hand, the other one would have the other, and they were literally pulling me towards each other and, saying nasty things, and so it was like really, really difficult childhood to deal with, a lot of stuff like that when your parents can't seem to get along, but they're also at the same time fighting over you and giving you conflicting, you know, information or conflicting parenting,
Pure
you know, whatever. Pardon?
Pure dissonance. That's like really dissonance. It doesn't make sense, you know.
Yeah, it's, you know, and I think, you know, when I had my kids and stuff, it's like I would be horrified. I'm never going to do something like that to my kids. I mean, I got upset with them about certain things or whatever, and you know, I probably, you know, said some things that not anything really cruel or whatever, but I probably didn't have the best reaction that a parent should have at times. But I couldn't imagine. Like, I always thought, you know, I'm never gonna put my kids through that. I wouldn't even let my kids see me drink or anything. I didn't drink or smoke for a long time, but I was going through a lot of stress at one point, and I was standing out in the backyard, and I was having a cigarette, and my oldest daughter, she starts crying. She's about 4 years old, and I said, "What's the matter?" She goes, "I don't want you to die," and that was just from seeing me smoke. So I never let them see me smoke or anything again, and I wouldn't let anybody else around them, like, to have them see them smoking or drinking or whatever. It was just something I didn't want them to see, but to know that it affected my daughter that much, I couldn't.
How many kids do you have?
I have 3 natural.
Okay, cool. And you're no longer were you married?
Yep.
Okay. Cool. And not married anymore?
Well, I'm still married to my husband, but we've been separated for many years, and yeah.
That's cool. You're on good terms with him?
Not really. He's got another relationship now and stuff. So, and I'm pretty sure that given this situation, he's probably been contacted because he is military and he, you know, whatever. Yeah, I'm sure that there's something that's, you know, going on with respect to him possibly being contacted or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something's going. They
Everybody
told him
has been.
something.
Pardon?
I said they told him something. I know what you're saying. I know how it goes.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah,
has
it's hard to believe that nothing has been said or whatever to him with regards to this situation, because it seems that everybody else has been fed bullshit and, you know, God, I can't even think of the word, slanderous lies and half-truths and just nasty shit to prevent them from, you know, speaking to me or even believing anything I would have to say to prove what is going on, you know, and or having any more witnesses like I did for the longest time to witness things that have been happening. And, you know, they don't want any. I'm getting the hardcore COINTELPRO treatment, like the stuff that they did with the Black Panthers and Martin Luther King and stuff. The disinformation, the divide and conquer type thing, cause a lot of bullshit between people and discrediting, destroy the person because they don't want that person to have the ability to get the truth out to anybody else, because any kind of positive movement that is opposed to what the government is wanting, they need to shut that down. So I'm getting the hardcore stuff.
who has custody?
Burning up killing women's dogs and burning up, stealing women's cars and blowing them up on the anniversary and making little boys dress up like little girls and people running around spitting, trying to mimic oral sex and all this stuff, and people drugging people and electronic weapons. What, some kind of program, boy? Wow, it must. I never heard of a program. What program is that?
Agenda 21.
Agenda 21. That's right. Yeah. Agenda 21. Thanks to
that's strange stuff.
War that brought the Nazi war criminals over and let them create their madness and let their destruction fester and get out of control, and no way to stop the destruction that they already let loose. So they just had to cover it up. But then they decided, well, hey, they've got something with this here. So hey, let's just we'll turn Project Paperclip into MK Ultra, and what we're going to do is we're going to take little children and we're going to abuse them so bad that we're going to fragment them, their personalities. We're going to make them fracture and have multiple personalities, so we can train them to be Manchurian candidates, and we can do this. And that's very satanic. That's where a lot of the satanic ritual abuse comes from, because if you start with a child at a certain age and you cause them enough trauma, then that's exactly what happens. Their mind fractures, they split. It creates someone who has dissociative identity disorder, aka multiple personality disorder, and they're the best type of people to hypnotize, to do look at Sirhan and the other guys who did the assassinations and stuff. They're like, yeah, I was there, I obviously did it, but I don't remember. And the way they describe it, it's like they were in a trance, because one of the guys said, like, I thought I was on the shooting range or whatever, and then the next thing I know, he shot JFK or whatever, and he honestly doesn't remember it. That's exactly what they're doing. They're programming these people. There's different programs. There's the kitten one. There's the Manchurian candidate. There's the suiciders. There's and it's pretty fucking messed up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Real good idea to bring the Nazis over.
Yeah, and the United Nations.
Pardon?
And the United Nations. The UN. The corrupt United Nations. Yes.
Hey, Jordan, tell Chris.
It was the CIA and the Army. Well, no, it wasn't the CIA. I think it was the Army, the U.S. Army, that brought the Nazi scientists over, and particular ones that said that they had intelligence on
Project Paperclip.
No, the Soviet Union. That's how they kept themselves alive. They said, we know you've got an issue with the Soviets, so I'm a specialist on the intelligence, and this is what we could give you this intel. And
yeah, it was called Project Paperclip.
And then they what they found out when the Army was still supposed to be monitoring them and ensuring they weren't bringing any Nazi war criminals over and stuff like that. They weren't monitoring them. They would find out that, okay, all of a sudden, all these other people, these Nazi criminals who have murdered people and stuff, they're all of a sudden there, and this scientist had hired them. Well, they turned their head. So then when they formed the CIA, they realized, holy shit, things are out of control. We need to stop this. But it was so out of control they couldn't. And then they realized that 90% of the intelligence that was given to the U.S. By these Nazi war criminals, which was apparently the reason for bringing them over and having them there, was bullshit anyways, and it caused more grief. And then it was so out of control. These Nazi scientists, these murderers, had security clearance and everything. They set up their own national security type situation in Germany. That's all they used it for. And then, all the stuff that they were doing, the CIA decided, oh, well, hey, let's carry on over. And then look at all the sick things they did. to kids too. Like it's disgusting. And then they do exactly what Hitler and the Nazis did to the Jews. They start doing all this stuff to their own people. And they're still doing it.
Right. Yeah, because Reinhard Gehlen. Actually, Reinhard Gehlen was completely instrumental in starting the CIA. He was the SS Nazi, head of Hitler's personal security, and they flew Reinhard Gehlen to the United States in a four-star general's uniform. Of course, Reinhard Gehlen was a member of Knights of Malta. There's never been anybody running the CIA who has not been a crusading Knight of Malta, the director nor the executive director. So that's how the CIA got going, because it's coming out of the Vatican rat line. They created the right.
Breeded their infected
right.
everybody else
I know all about
with all their nastiness, and and then like I said last night, the CIA covers for these criminals because they're covering the fuck up that was made by bringing them over, but they protect them and they give them new lives and stuff and make sure that they're not held accountable and brought to justice for their war crimes. And yet, in the same breath, they turn around and they torture and kill their own citizens and experiment on them, and they still do it. And these are the people that are called national security, the ones that are set in place to protect its citizens and stuff. No, they're the biggest terrorists of all.
Department 7 in the CIA, that's the Nazi department. That's where Klaus Barbie was at. That's where all the big that's where the big Nazi dogs are at. Department 7. Or at least they used to be. That I'm talking. This was decades ago. It might not be the same now, of course. But that's the big Nazi shot callers. They tell the Americans they go down. Mengele, all of them. And then the actual guy, the good old boys want to find out what's going on in the government. What's going on? And they find out. Well, what do you mean what's going on? Punk, go sit down somewhere. Go sit down, you little punk. What the hell do you think's going on? The Nazis are running it. God damn it! Your grandfather got blown up. Your grandfather got blown up in Normandy. It's over with, punk. The Nazis are running it now.
Well, a lot of the kids that were in the MK Ultra program, that's who they remember. They remembered Joseph Mengele and Dr. Green, and how they were like the main handlers, I guess, for. And it's thick. I've found a lot of I found the site where they have all the released unclassified CIA documents and stuff with regards to MK Ultra. But the things that they did to these little girls and stuff to it's disgusting. It's really disgusting. They actually made them kill babies and everything. Like it's just they still do. It's yeah, yep, that's who we need to protect us. That's the kind of homeland security we need, right? Yeah. There and was it Ted Gunderson, the former FBI chief? He even exposed the finders, and the finders are the CIA agents who go out and kidnap children and put them up for auction in a pedophile ring and for satanic sacrifice. Like, you really want, that's the type of people that are in charge of protecting us from terrorists when they're actually the terrorists.
Oh my God, Demir, you I love talking to you.
I'm disgusted. I'm so disgusted. I understand now. I fully get it. Why so many people that I've known and so many people that I haven't known that hate or despise the government or have issues with the government and stuff. I never understood it because I never followed it. I just whatever. I never even voted. Now, that I'm awake and I see what's going on and that we have so many whistleblowers, former FBI, CIA, and this and that coming forward and saying all this stuff. It really hurts the head. It hurts everything. But it's disgusting. I'm understanding. I don't blame anybody now, and I fully grasp how people have been so all over the board and upset with government and
well,
things. I'm getting it now.
you know, the CIA, as you know the CIA, or as most people know the CIA, is not really running the show anymore, as people think. 80% of the CIA is unknown. 80% of the CIA does not. They don't carry. They don't carry. They're not card-carrying members. 80% of the CIA don't. They don't carry cards. They're unknown. And the old concept of the CIA running everything, that's old. The guys and girls who were doing that and running that, they broke away from the government a long time ago and went rogue and went into corporations and moved on and did their own thing, because they found out quickly that anything that's done on record, anything that's in government files, is accessible to others in the government. And you know, the CIA had business with a lot of crooks around the world, and they don't want just any damn crook coming along, you know, going to college and getting a degree and coming in there and figuring out what's going, you know. So they decided a long time ago they want to keep people out of their business, and the quickest way to keep people out of their business is to take their business elsewhere. And so they moved on and created.
President Trump kudos for saying, you know, when I get I'm president or whatever, the first thing I'm gonna do is, you know, he's gonna check into the CIA, and he says, and the JFK assassination files and stuff, and they haven't released them all, but what they have released, what I've watched, like, yeah, totally, I wouldn't want to be associated with that kind of stuff either, because it's straight up out there that, yeah, CIA assassinated, you know, and who was it? The same person that assassinated JFK or whatever, or set up the assassination through the CIA. That agent was the one who was in charge of investigating the assassination, and he coached the witnesses on what they could and couldn't say, and who could speak and give testimony. Like the person who is responsible for the setting up the assassination of JFK. He's the one who's in charge of, you know, the investigation. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. That's absolutely, like, yeah. What the hell?
Yeah. Well, that's why I stopped doing. That's why I used to be a conspiracy researcher for years. I stopped doing it. It's really a dangerous area to get into. You know.
Oh, I'm finding that out. I found that out. Yeah.
Right, I know, and I'm saying that. Remember, we're looking to put this material online to help people with gang stalking. I don't want. I'm serious. I don't want to expose too much, Demaria, on here like that.
I understand.
Because they're not gonna. Because they're gonna come. Because they're gonna. The first thing they're gonna do. The first thing that's gonna happen. They're gonna say that damn Jameel's on there talking about the CIA, and Jameel's on there talking about Nazis and all this stuff, and you know what I mean? They're gonna be looking at it. I'm the one who's gonna have to pay for it. You know? So.
Yeah, I hear you.
Right. Not that we really said anything special anyway, but you're very informed, so I don't know what you might come up with on here.
Oh yeah, I'm very disgusted with the whole, like, I've always had, like, I may not always have acted appropriately in some things in my life, and, you know, some things I, you know, not proud of, but I've always had a clear sense of right and wrong, and I've never gone about intentionally trying to, like, really harm anyone or whatever, and I get very disgusted, and I have a hard time containing my disgust when it comes to, like, things that are so outrageously grotesque and violating to people, like, by other people. I have a hard time containing myself, but I do understand what you're saying, and I understand very well too, because after my vocalization of my disgust and directing it towards CSIS, I got hit pretty hard with like my headache and shit that came on as a result of, you know, hey, shut up, zap zap, you know.
Right.
And I knew it was coming. Yeah, I'm gonna be punished for that one. But you know what? But it's the truth. Like, I sit here and I tell them, I'm reveling in the fact. I'm so excited. I can't wait for the day that, you know, You guys are held accountable, and the suffering you're going to endure, because it's going to be for eternity, and you guys are sick, pathetic. I do tell them they got little man syndrome or whatever, and I said, and if there's women involved, geez, that's even worse. And I throw out the scenarios of like the things that I've had to endure. How would you feel about somebody coming into your home and drugging you and raping you? How does that make you feel? How would you feel? You wouldn't feel too good. What if it was your child? What if it was your mother? Think about it. These are disgusting, despicable, and I can't close myself down from that because
Yeah, it's really a trip, isn't it?
yeah.
I wonder where Rachel's at. She was supposed to call through. And this same thing that happened last night. She said she didn't charge her phone. But I know she's been busy.
I got my
Hey,
heart racing
Jordan.
now.
Why? What happened?
Oh, just because just the hatred. Yeah, I guess that's the word. Disgust and stuff that I feel. I get riled up when I'm upset like this. I really get myself going, worked up.
Yeah, you get worked up quick, huh?
Yeah, when it comes to all this fucked up crap, yeah, it's yeah.
So what do you think one of the biggest things are coming out of all this? Like, what do you think is like to be learned from it all? Like all these people are coming online talking about there being gang stalk. All these people are coming from backgrounds where they've been messed with even further, like coming out of the laboratory type of thing, like MK Ultra. What do you think? What do you think this is all really about? Is just like the total control of human civilization around the planet, or what do you like? What or is it about? Just they're trying to.
It's all about the ones who have been controlling it since 17 something or whatever, when the Illuminati was formed, and how their ultimate plan, the documents have been exposed now with regards to the actual plan, and so that's the whole thing. Yeah, it's all about one world government, the new world order, and if you don't agree with with where they're going with stuff, then they need to make you, they need to control you and dumb you down to accept and go along with their plan. And if you don't, then bye-bye. That's what it's about.
Right.
And it sounds kooky. It still sounds kooky to me, all this stuff, because it's really hard to freaking grasp, and it's even harder when you're not experiencing it. But when you start experiencing it, it's still hard to grasp, but you understand it a lot more. And I'm having a hard time with not being able to even take time to breathe for myself, because I understand what's going on, and the importance of people waking up and standing up to this, because if we don't, then it's clear where everyth's going, and it's clear the kind of world that my children and my grandchildren and stuff are going to grow up in. And I can't relax, because it's just it's devastating to think of what people are going to be subjected to and what people are being subjected to, but
right.
I can't I don't know.
She just tried to call me, and I just told her to call in through the number and pin, so she's probably going to be calling in a second. Yeah, it's real. You know what? It's really an amazing story. You know, this whole thing is really amazing. Being gang stuck and having to go through all this stuff. Like, I already knew a lot of stuff we were just talking about, you know, World War II history, Nazi, CIA stuff. I had spent years in libraries just reading books, ordering books, like going around actually doing actual research, like detective research, calling people, going and meeting with people, trying to find. I remember spending weeks trying to find old phone records from like the 70s. This was years ago. And, you know, I mean, it was like a whole lifestyle, but I still didn't know what gang stalking was. I had never heard of it. And that's the amazing thing. Out of all the years I was looking at conspiracies, I never came across gang stalking. And,
well, it's like
you
when
know,
I study psychology and stuff like that, they don't focus and train much with respect to narcissistic personality disorder. And I only came to learn of that and educate myself on that when I experienced that with people around me being that personality disorder type of individual. And it's probably one of the more important things that people should be taught or educated on when they are like learning psychology or anything like that, because even with respect to psychiatrists and stuff, they don't really have any knowledge or understanding about narcissistic personality disorder either. The people who are abused by these people are more educated on the disorder than psychiatrists and psychologists. Like, we're experts on it because we've gone through it, and to understand it, we've like majorly like studied and looked into, you know, because we need to understand what the fuck we just went through and or are going through, and it's just, and it's one of the only diagnoses in the DSM that there's no treatment for it, but there's a treatment for their victims. Because essentially, for them to be treated for their personality disorder, they would have to admit that there's something wrong with them, that there's, you know, like, and they can't admit that. A lot of them can't even admit that there's a God, because, you know, that would mean that there's something bigger than them, and, you know, their grandiose sense of reality and who they are. It's, you know, that's big narcissistic injury right there.
They're gonna find out who they're gonna meet. They're gonna meet who they've been misrepresenting. Going to those churches and stuff. And I'm not even religious, you know. I'm talking about all of it. I'm spiritual, but they've been going to those churches and lying to the people and taking their money and getting people to get involved with the gang stalking and all that stuff. And, you know, they've been misrepresenting my God, and they're gonna have to. And it's coming home soon to them. They're gonna have to pay for it, and, you know, it's coming quick. You know, look what happened to Adolf Hitler. He misrepresented my God, and he only did it for a few years. What do you think's going to happen to people who've been doing it for 20 years? So, hey, we got somebody new. Are you there, Rachel?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, all right. Christiane, this is Rachel. And Jordan, are you still there? Jordan?
I think he's gone.
Jordan it looks like he's still on. I don't know what happened to him, but okay. Rachel, this is Christiane. Christiane, is Rachel.
Hi.
Yeah, and Rachel's been going through some B2K Voice of Skull stuff bad, and she's in. You know, Rachel lives over in the Seattle area, and Christiane, you know a lot about that. Can you explain? Can you guys talk a little bit and see what's going on with that?
Oh yeah, any information on it at all would be amazing.
There's a former security guard that actually responded to a job and where they were doing these things. The brain mapping, the mind control and stuff like that, and they're experimenting on people. And he said Seattle is where he was, and it's a big testing ground. They've set all this stuff as like basically Seattle's a bunch of guinea pigs. And with respect to the homeless and stuff, but he, what I think is really important is he stated that if there was anybody that needed his testimony to corroborate anything that they're going through with experiencing all this stuff, he has no problem giving that support and giving his testimony, because he's directly worked with the weapon systems that they're using. And he was saying he knew he was going to be targeted when he spoke up, but he said he was very disgusted because they refer to us as their pets, and they get great satisfaction out of the torture that they're inflicting upon people. And he couldn't accept that. He couldn't, so he's exposed, and he did say that he will support anybody with respect to giving evidence and testimony to state that, yes, this is going on, and yes, I actually worked for this company, and this is what we did, and firsthand knowledge. And that's, I think that's really important, because you can have somebody saying, well, yes, I know about this or whatever, and they're not going to be as good of a witness to have as somebody who's actually been part of the program on the other side that is doing these things. And so I can find his information. I think it's I'm just going to look on my other device here. I can't remember his name, but
yeah, that would be awesome to get in touch with him, because I think it's, it takes a lot of courage to do what he's doing.
Yes, like he's been targeted pretty hard himself now. But
was he one of the ones that I read about? I forget what site it was on. I know it wasn't Rare Art, but I heard about like people just like in vans, like coming and basically like I don't know what that stuff is, ether or whatever, like, putting a rag over their mouths so they pass out, and dragging them in these vans, like, from all over the country to Seattle to throw them out on the street, disoriented and drugged, and then they reached out to him saying, hey, this is a homeless shelter, we'll help you out, where they tortured him further. Was he one of those?
No, he was a security guard. He was one of the people that did, he was a gang stalker. He was part of this program, and he spoke up.
Oh, he was part of it.
Yeah, when he realized the extent and saw the and heard the people, his coworkers and stuff, the disgusting ways that they enjoyed torturing people with this and stuff, and the fact that he also witnessed that they were doing this to the security workers as well. He spoke up and left his job, and he decided it took him a bit to come forward and speak out, but he said he had to do it because it's the right thing to do, and that's the type of people that are needed to expose this type of stuff, especially because they have actually been involved like directly with targeting people and what they do, and it's disgusting. I mean, I know it's disgusting from my point of view, but he said he's been there and he's seen just how cruel these people are that are doing this to people like us.
Yeah, that's weird that you mentioned that, some of them get like extreme pleasure out of like torturing people, because when I first started experiencing the voice to the skull, the voices told me that, if you can get, to our level or our rank or whatever, you will you'll forget all the bad stuff that's happened to you and realize that this is, really fun. And, they obviously are aware that I'm a drug addict. And so they're like, it's a better high than any drug you've ever had. Like almost like trying to talk me into recruitment, like after I've been tortured. And I didn't believe them. because I try not to believe anything that the voices say to me. So I didn't believe them that they got pleasure out of it. So I guess that confirms that, you know.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know they really liked it.
yeah. I'm just trying to find it here.
That's really that. Hey, Rachel, you were saying the thing about the vans. Were they white vans?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Which is
remember
weird
hearing.
because white's the color that the color coding the vehicles. The only vehicles that I get followed in are white vehicles.
That's really trippy. I remember hearing
I'm
stories of.
wondering if they've gone in and removed it from my list because I can't find it now.
Oh yeah, I wanted to sync up with you at some point today, Jameel, because I wanted to like give you an update that ever since I was on the YouTube channel with you last night, my phone hacking has gotten so much worse. And like the voices were telling me, oh, if you're gonna keep speaking out like that, just picture what your phone will be like next time you do it,
If you look, it's under X
That's
Gang
terrible.
Stalking Operative explains tactics. Gang stalking, private security, ex-employee. If you look up something like that, it'll bring you to it, and he exposes it. It's gang stalking and V2K testimony by private security, and he's in Seattle, and he goes
What was the
into
name
a
again?
lot of
What was that?
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just asking what his name was again.
I didn't. I'm not seeing his name. I'm just going to open one of the videos and see if I can. It says his name in here.
Oh, okay.
I don't see his name, but if you look for the video, it's like ex gang stalking operative explains tactics and stuff. Or
I think I've seen that
exposes.
one.
Yeah, that's the guy, and I had it saved in here, but it's not saved in here now. I had his actual thing saved, where he did it. Okay, let me see. Maybe this is him here.
Yeah, I think I got like halfway through that one. I've been meaning to finish it.
Okay, yeah, here it is. It's anonymous former private security firm employee claims he worked on the program to gang stalk, harass targeted individuals until he himself could not accept how evil it was, turned whistleblower, and became a TI himself. So yeah, it's if you look under the particular video I'm looking at right now is on the channel of a guy named Richard Bruce.
Okay. And so you can just reach out to him through there if you need a testimony?
Yeah, it's under former gang stalking private security spills on program. And there's lots of different ones out there that people have posted on this particular testimony, but I just found that that one right there that is exactly. And then there's the. Oh yeah, there's another one you can find. Ex gang stalking operative explains tactics and motives. My heart just naturally goes out to these people, and I want to help them. Yeah, he's saying he just his heart goes out to targets and stuff. He wants to help them because he said they're all like so isolated and they're begging for people to help them and nobody's helping them, and he was just disgusted because of like what's being done, and he knew what he was in for, and he's targeted, he's isolated, he's lost everything himself because of this. But it takes crazy people to do it. So I'm glad that there's still people like that in the world.
It takes people that like have a pretty satanic look on life, and power hungry and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, very satanic look on life.
Yep.
Yeah, Rachel, you've been discovering, like, Rachel, recently you've been trying to put into perspective what's been happening to you, and you found out about gang stalking like a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. But we were digging kind of deep last night, and you were talking about how you ended up at a hospital, and you don't really know where you were at, and nobody there really looked like they were there for anything psychiatric, and you may have been given LSD.
Yeah, it was like they were there to like observe me or, figure out how to push my buttons or to research me, like, or to take acting classes even maybe, like no one else was there for drugs.
Right,
Wow.
right, right. You said it got worse after the interview last night. Your phone's been getting hacked more, and you said the
Yeah, even worse
B2K.
than it already was.
Yeah, they once
Right.
you start speaking out and stuff, they're gonna attack you. Because like I said, when I was like saying some stuff the other night outright and calling them out and whatnot, I got hit pretty good because I had the headache and everything and the nausea and stuff, and I knew it was coming, but I was like, oh, does that make you feel like a big man now, little man syndrome? Like I know they're gonna do it anyway, so I might as well let them know that they're disgusting, pitiful individuals that, might as well mock them or whatever, because they're not going to stop.
Exactly. Yeah, and I had the same thing happen to me. Like the first night I reached out to Jameel over here, it was like shortly after, like I'd sent an email to him, which took me forever to actually be able to send the actual email out because my phone is so hacked. Yeah, I got this I felt this zap. It felt like someone almost punched me right in my forehead. And it felt like it came from the outside of me, and I just had these electronic shocks going through me for a little bit, and then the worst migraine-ish feeling that I've had in a long time, and it put me out for the rest of the day.
Yeah, Brian too, the former DOD worker who's been posting, who I've been following. He's what was I going to say? Shoot. Crap, I can't remember what I was going to say. Oh, when he got contacted by a couple of people, I've seen two in his videos so far. Those people were murdered within days after reaching out and speaking with him. He's heavily targeted because when a couple of targeted individuals reached out and actually contacted this guy Brian too, who's a former DOD employee, they were murdered. They were found dead, and he's targeted really heavily. He's applied for asylum in Nicaragua or something, and they're attacking his heart. He's showed videos where he's been in with the doctors and stuff with respect to the damage that's been done to him. And the doctors even said the damage done to his hearing is from sonic weapons. They're targeting.
Oh, at least they found a doctor that's aware of it, what the problem is. It's really hard to find those doctors that know anything about this.
Yeah, but he's really heavily targeted. And he said the more you know, and the more they know you know, you're not just on a list to be set up to be put in jail or in a loony bin or whatever. You're now on a list to be taken out because you know too much. And that's kind of where he's at.
That's crazy. That's really something.
He doesn't sugarcoat anything. He's very well spoken when he's explaining all the systems, how to defeat the mind control
there, guys.
cause it to screw up so they can't get a proper reading and stuff. He's very good at explaining it in a way that you can understand, but he doesn't sugarcoat anything either.
Yeah,
yeah,
most
that's kind
definitely.
of like terrifying because, like, I know, like, I was second guessing reaching out to anybody because I'm like, well, if I, reach out, won't I get attacked further? And then I saw a couple of people say, well, it's already happening to us. Like, what's, how, I know it can get worse, but it probably won't get worse enough that not reaching out would
Mhm.
be worse than reaching out.
Mhm. Yeah.
Definitely,
Because they're gonna do
definitely.
it
Yeah,
anyway.
you did the right thing by reaching out because again, communication is everything. Like people have to know what's going on with you who are going through the same thing, and then you can build and learn with each other. And we were talking
Mhm.
about this last night, Rachel. It's getting to the point to where all of us are going to have to start meeting up in person. And I've talked to like Christiane, we've talked about that before, about how we're separated. Like you're in Canada, I'm way over here. Rachel's at where she's at. Then there's other people who are in Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, California, New York,
We're
people all over
probably
the
all
world
on
going.
no fly list. There's no way they're gonna let me into the States. Being national security.
They don't bother me. I go on planes
Yeah,
and
I
stuff. They
was
don't.
wondering about that. Like, I wonder if I would get stopped trying to leave the country. Like, say I go up to, like, visit her or whatever. Like, I wonder if I am, like, actually, like, contained into this country too. I was just thinking about that the other day.
No, they would just gang stalk. What they would do is they would just start gang stalk. They would orchestrate where you're going into the gang stalking. So if you went from here
Yeah.
to Moscow, you would show up. You would literally be getting gang stalked in Moscow.
Mhm.
Oh,
It's
so
a
they just
world.
harass you further.
Yeah, yeah. If you just got up and left, they would just start following you wherever you're going. If you went to Africa, it would be going on. They would network it there. I'm serious, they would network it to Brazil, to China. They would literally just keep gang stalking you wherever you went, every hotel you went to. Like
And
I
that's what's
remember
happening
going.
with Brian too. He's been to Hong Kong. He's been to all over, and it happens everywhere.
Yeah,
Mhm.
everywhere
Yeah, I've
you
heard
go,
about
every
people
hotel.
trying to run away, and it doesn't help at all.
No,
No.
it literally follows you. Like if like me, I've been gang stalked all the way to the deep south. I've been gang stalked all the way out west. I've been gang stalked everywhere. It's consistent. There's nowhere like they just let you
Because it's
go,
done
but
by satellite.
yeah, they got aerial view. They got satellite view of you. Like the
Well,
Russians would be
once they
you would
map
be
your
at the
brain.
Kremlin getting gang stalked.
No, it's once they map your brain, like your signature, your code. It's like there.
Right.
See, I pictured something more like when, if you guys have seen the Truman Show, I pictured something like,
Mhm.
oh, you try to get on a plane, oh, the plane's broken, you got to get off the plane. Try to take a bus, oh, the bus is broken, got to find another means. That's what I picture happening.
Oh, they might do something like that, but from what I've seen, like at least what my experience has been, it's just like they just show up everywhere, just doing the stuff. They just let you go, but they show up everywhere doing it.
Oh man.
But it's getting to the point though to where we're gonna, it's definitely getting to the point to where we're gonna have to do something. Rachel, you were on last night and we were doing the interview, and then I was saying tonight, what I'm here, Christiane's here, and we've both been talking for about an hour or something, or how long before you came out? We were talking about for like an hour and a half. What do you like? What questions do you have, and what things do you want to say, and what do you want to talk about? Remember, I was telling you you're going to kind of chair the meeting a little bit because you were talking about how at some point, you want to move on and be, answering questions for people and helping people who go through this. So now is sort of the time for you to, get a sense of your own power, so to speak, and sort of lead the way. What do you like? What is there anything
Well,
specific?
I kind of wanted to pick at her brain here for a minute because I have not talked to anyone else who has heard the voices yet. And so I wanted to ask her the same question I asked you the other day, which you had a really good answer for. And I wanted to see if she kind of thought the same thing about, if you hear the voices, does it ever seem to you that other people react to what the voices say to you? Or that other people can hear them too, or like even have other
No,
people respond to what they're saying out loud?
no, I actually had an experience where I think this is where they were putting something on loop because I kept hearing one of my favorite songs in my head. But when I got in the truck with my ex, he was taking me to the optometrist one day, and I got in the truck and I went, oh, and I named the song that I was hearing, and I turned the radio up, and he looked at me really strange. And then I realized later that, okay, that probably wasn't the situation. But when I found the sensors and stuff in my phone case on April 22nd, I did hear them say she found, like, whatever. I can't even remember exactly what was said, but she found the whatever. I was like, but I haven't really heard anything since then, because they know that I know. Like,
Yeah, mine have
didn't say a lot.
quieted down quite a bit since I found out, but they are far from gone. Like it's 24/7. They're talking in my head all the time. It's just I'm at a point right now where I can ignore them, or even sometimes they're even mumbled. Like they're always there. They're always narrating every single thing I do, but it's more tolerable at this point because they used to be so loud that I couldn't even have a conversation with anyone else because they would override that conversation, you know? Like I was like, if no one else could hear them, I was convinced that everyone else could hear everything they said just because of how loud they were and
So
how like
that's what I
sometimes
thought
other
when I
people
first
would
listened to
react to
music.
it.
No, it's specific to the person that they're doing it to. The only time I've heard that.
Oh, they probably know that that's like the worst part of it for me, so they just are keeping on that one pretty good.
Yeah, the only time I've heard that's documented where they have used that technology on multiple individuals was the 91 Iraq War or whatever, where they got the Iraqi soldiers to surrender and dismantle their weapons by telling them all. They put the voice of God into, like, Allah in their head, and Allah told them dismantle your weapons and surrender to the U.S. military, and they did. That's the only time I know that's on record that I've come across so far where more than one person heard it.
That's interesting. Yeah, because some people like, like Jameel over here, he doesn't hear any voices at all. And then like some people hear him intermittently, and then I hear him 24/7.
Yeah, I wasn't a lot for me, but it was just specific things, But I didn't acknowledge a lot of stuff that I knew until I had confirmation on something or whatever. That's when I would confirm what I knew, and then that's when things got worse with whatever, like as soon as I confirmed out loud and let them know that, I know this, like, because I've been saying I'm under surveillance like for a couple of years, like illegally, but I would never, give any details, and I didn't speak about certain things. But as soon as I've told somebody or voiced it out loud or whatever, that's when shit usually hits the fan or whatever.
Yeah, with like I think I forget which YouTube video it was. This guy was saying that the people who get like the 24/7 narration in their head, they get labeled as schizophrenic because that's like the primary like symptom of schizophrenia is,
How old are you?
just having someone like narrating everything you do all day and weighing each little decision you make like heavily this way or heavily that way, like 24 hours throughout the day.
Yeah. How old are you, though? If you don't mind.
I'm 35.
Well, that would be at your age, just starting to hear that now. Like, it's usually diagnosed. It could be possible, but it's highly unlikely because it's usually diagnosed like earlier in life, like your 20s and stuff like that, if it's schizophrenia. But they are using that as a means to discredit and hide these things because most of the public and stuff like that. That nobody's it's out there in the public domain. You just have to look for it. But people don't believe this stuff, or they don't take the time. So, and even if you go to a psychiatrist and give them the documentation saying that this technology exists and this is what's going on, they're only there to make money from giving you medication and giving you a diagnosis. So they don't care. They won't even research into it. So that's how they're discrediting a lot of people, because that's what society is taught, that if somebody's hearing voices in their head, then yeah, they're schizophrenic. But if you look into the onset and stuff, when it usually happens, true schizophrenia, it's earlier in life. It doesn't. It usually
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it would have like something else, because like I my perception is like I don't think I'm schizophrenic, because I would think I would like hear all the voices and everything like that going on before any of this other stuff came along, like the color coding, the brightening, the street theater, like all that. But they all kind of came on at once. It was very, very subtle at first, and then all of a sudden, bam, So I would think it was schizophrenia. I'd be hearing voices long before any of that other stuff came around, which was like in the last, like, I would say, like, I think I first noticed it maybe like 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's because they surveil you for a long time, and they find out what your triggers are and stuff, so they can use that to get reactions.
Yeah, the first thing that kind of clued me in as to that something was wrong is like I can't remember a point in time in my life where my phone or my computer wasn't hacked. I went without like a cell phone until I was 23, so I kind of jumped into technology a little bit later than most people. Like I really I just had this like feeling in me that like I should like resist, owning any kind of new technology until like my stuff would get hacked so bad. I'm like, okay, I better figure this out, because like right now knowledge is power. But I used to like try to hang on to like my candy bar phone as long as possible, a phone with no internet for as long as possible. And I know like that intuition was telling me that like whenever I upgraded or anything, like people have way more way more opportunity to surveillance you.
Yeah, and they, with respect to the government and stuff, it's they're pretty freaking tricky and nasty. They go to the assembly lines and stuff before even systems are brought out. They have agreements with certain phone companies, certain suppliers, where they go in and they actually put a backdoor into systems before they're even sold, or they intercept, which they did with my newest device, intercepted my device and installed malware on it right away, because when I got it, before I did anything with it, I looked in it, and what was the first thing I saw? Mobile Watchdog, which is a spyware program that authorities push on parents to monitor their children, and so it's a spying app, and it's malware. And the messed up thing with malware and stuff, it doesn't just put you at risk, compromising you with respect to the government and stuff like that. That is an opening for any hacker to easily get into your system, and it compromises your all your information, your health data if you have it on there, all your like identity stuff. It causes it's a really dangerous breach for anybody taking your information and like getting a credit card in your name or whatever. Like it's
yeah, I don't even have a bank account or anything anymore because of that.
Yeah, well, I've had
like $2,000 stolen out of my account, or then it just became any money I ever put in my account. I'm like, well, I'm not doing this anymore. Like no prepaid cards, no nothing.
Well, I contacted a security place, and I spoke to a guy who is a former police officer. He's a private investigator, and he does the phone and home security. And I wanted cameras set up in here, and I told him what was going on. I told him who was involved and the evidence I had and this and that. And I said, I don't need to be compromised any further with malware and stuff. I said, if the authorities want to monitor me, they can do it legally, but I cannot afford for my personal safety to have this malware. He says, I will help you. He set up a time to come. He never showed up, and he hasn't returned any phone calls. My lawyer that I spoke to a couple weeks ago, like they prevent any communication with anybody that could help. And this security guard before, or private investigator, former police officer, before he was to come over, he was telling me like my rights and stuff and what I'm entitled to with respect to laws and this and that and whatnot. But when he did tell me, he says, I will help you. And I said, I've been told that by a police officer before, and they were helping me, but then all of a sudden they were not able to help me anymore. The officer that helped me years ago with something, he found evidence of really bad, like, wrongdoing, and what was being done to me was wrong. And he told me this, and his supervisor went to him and told him to stay out of my file and to leave it alone. Well, he went back into my file, and what I heard was he got demoted and moved somewhere or whatever. So even the good police officers and stuff like that, I'm sure they are threatened and targeted for offering any help. And that's what I'm finding out, is anybody who even dares to try and help, they get threatened.
I've noticed a lot of people disappearing too.
Yeah. Mhm. And that's the thing about the homeless too. That's the thing that they like to make you homeless, because if you're homeless, it's easier for you to quote unquote disappear or have something happen to you.
Oh yeah, because my fiance called the police. Like I want to say maybe it was last summer, because I hadn't been home in a week and I hadn't called, right? And I had gotten stranded somewhere. I was just trying to make my way back. But when I got home, he's like, yeah, I called the police, and they didn't give a shit, man. Like, I told him, she's homeless or whatever, because, like, I stay, like, motels and stuff like that. They're like, she's homeless, so we can't really do a missing persons report on a homeless person. Like, that's what the cops told him.
Yeah. Well, my friend actually mentioned to me when I was hanging out with him about a month ago, he told me, he says, I've heard this from two separate friends who don't know each other, but they told me the same thing, that the police station here, the one particular one, he says, I heard that they have death squads for targeting the homeless and stuff. I said, yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Like when I say the corruption here is it's bad. Like, and a lot of people know it too in this town. A lot of people have said they wouldn't even call the police to report a crime because they know it wouldn't do any good anyways, because police don't do anything. They're too busy.
That's about where I'm at right now. Like, there's no point in going to them because they don't do anything about it. Like, I've I got beat up. Yeah, this was last summer as well. It was a rough summer. But I got beat up. Told the cops. They didn't care at all. They're like, what they did was they called the dude in front of me. Like, the cop calls this guy that I'm afraid of, and they're like, yep. And this dude's like, don't tell anyone I beat your ass. If you tell the cops, I'm coming back for you. So this cop calls him right in front of me, and he's like, did you put your hands on so and so? And dude's like, no. And the cop's like, okay, and just got off the phone. And he's like, well, he says he didn't do it, so there's nothing I can do.
I recently had my car torched in September. They came to my door to let me know this, and then they asked me if I set my car on fire. And they asked me if there was anything that I could think of that would bring this on or whatever. And I said, yeah, actually, I was threatened a month and a half before I won in court. My dog that I was fighting for that was stolen, that even if I won, my dog and I would not, pretty much live to see the day that would happen. And that's exactly what happened. They murdered him. But I said also within the last week, it was that week, I said, here's the voicemail. And it was a guy calling from jail. He's in for first-degree murder, and he threatened to have people, come after me. And he says, and I will call the taxidermist, because this was before my dog was murdered. And the cop said, oh, he's just playing on your fears and stuff, your emotions and stuff. He wasn't serious. I'm like, okay, so then who set my car on fire? Oh, I must have. That's right, because you asked me if I set my own car on fire. That's right, yeah. Fuck. But yeah, the guy's in for first-degree murder, and he's threatening this stuff, and, you know, my car's torched, and then, you know, I had the threat a month and a half before I actually won in court with my dog, and telling me, you're being watched, and, you know, doesn't matter what you do, even if you win, there's no way you and your dog are going to live to see that day. And they murdered him. And the person who came and who had him and whatnot, he finally, after many talks, admitted that yes, he believes that my dog was poisoned. I said, yeah, I know he was. And I told him, he says, I don't have any bad intentions. I'm here, like, all my intentions are pure or whatever. And I said, well, I'm going to tell you, I know more than what people think I know. So I'm giving you the opportunity to tell me, right? And there was one night that he sat here and he's like, oh man, my head hurts all of a sudden. I'm like, yeah, I'm thinking to myself, I bet it does, because he also gave the okay to release the vet file with respect to the vet that dealt with the cremation and stuff of my dog and whatnot, and released any so I could speak to them and stuff. And the stories that were told to the vet, as well as, you know, what he's told me, totally contradicted. And, you know, like, it was also known too that when I got my dog back, dead or alive, I had already contacted vets, and I was going to have toxicology run on him. So they cremated him right away. And that was the other question. I said, well, if he was seeing another vet, why did you just bring him in to have him cremated at this other one? Oh, our vet doesn't do cremation. And I'm thinking to myself, you fucking dumb fuck. They may not do cremation.
Yeah, they say
ridiculous
things.
All vets do facilitate cremation. And his nails, I won September 7th in court. This person who stole him had him for 2 years. The first time he saw a vet was October 25th. And his nails were grown into his pads, and they had to cut them out, and they had to cut the quick, which is the same as if we were to have our fingertips amputated with no anesthetic. And then on December 8th, they brought him in dead and asked for him to be cremated to destroy any possibility of any toxicology being run. And I even asked the vets, because I know I've watched a lot of forensic stuff, and there's a guy in Texas who tested the cremated remains of a human to find, I believe it was arsenic, but I think it's because it's a metal, it's easier to detect. But I asked them, I said, is there any way, I don't think there is, but is there any way to test even cremated remains for anything? And they said no. I said, because I would find a way to pay for it, you know, because but yeah.
I wonder if, like, sometimes they tell us these ridiculous things that are so obviously a lie, or if you have any kind of common sense, you know, it's bullshit, just to, like, kind of taunt us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, oh, we don't do cremations here. Like, that's a ridiculous statement.
Well, I took animal sciences years ago, and I'm an animal advocate, and I've had animals all my life, so I'm very educated. And I know with my own experience that, yeah, they don't usually have the cremation services on site, but all vets offer cremation services. And then when I asked him for the records of the other vet that they claimed he was seeing, because he said, oh, he had him for a year and a half and whatever. I was like, okay, he couldn't offer those. And I said, and if he was seeing a vet, why was his nails? Why was he in so much pain? Why did they have to cut those out? And why did they have to pretty much like amputate the tips of his fingers, basically? Why wasn't he taken care of? Why was he neglected? Why was he suffering? I don't know. Yeah. Like, it just, yeah, I don't really, I can't, I don't want to get too much into that right now, because that's not a good thing for me.
Yeah. I did see the YouTube video that pertained to that, so I know a little bit about that. And speaking of, like, you know, people disappearing or going to jail, I was wanting to hear, like, a little bit about Jameel's experience. Like, do you have a YouTube video that explains your experience with getting framed for something and having to go to jail for something you didn't do? Because, like, keep my fingers
No,
crossed. I've been very
I went
lucky to
through
stay out of jail.
I went through that. That's when all this started. I don't have.
Oh,
a
you
criminal
did
record.
too?
I spent 4 months in jail, and they wanted me to plead, and I said no because I didn't do it. And then it turned out that it was that even in the police file, the officers couldn't even like keep their stories in a cohesive manner. Like they were totally not even communicating with each other. They were totally incompetent. Anyways, and my girlfriend at the time said that I assaulted her and her friend and provided a video. Well, it took them 3 months into my 4 months into jail before they looked at it, and she gave them a video of her and her girlfriend assaulting me. So yeah, they were probably pretty upset at the fact that I didn't get charged and they were proved to be or shown to be idiots. So.
And Jameel, like, how long did you spend in jail for something you didn't do? Is he still on the line?
I was in jail for 9 months.
It was
And
what?
it was I was in jail for 9 months, and it was a horrible. It was a horrible situation. I had been gang stalked for a year and a half, and then I ended up having to go to jail, and I was like in my room for like 30 hours at like the jail I was at. You're locked down all damn day. And so I had to sit in jail in a room for a small little room for 30 hours at a time, thinking about how I had just got stalked and harassed for a year and a half before that. And it was a real difficult it was a real difficult circumstance to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought it was just like insane. Like I felt it was like pure torture to be in rehab and getting gang stalked. What's it like being in jail and getting gang stalked? That must be horrible.
I didn't really when I was in jail, I didn't get gang stalked in jail. I seen some of the people who worked at the jail would do like little stuff when I went back and forth to court. But in general, most of the people in the jail, I was just in jail telling people about gang stalking. And like I remember one guy, I had explained it to him like 10 times, and then he started understanding it. A lot of the people, see, I'm mixed. I'm half black and white, and near me, there's another city near me, which is mostly a black community, and most of the people in the black community know me. They know my father. My father was well known in the black community, and then I have a stepfather who a lot of people know him and his family. So I'm mixed, but I can literally go walking anywhere in that area. I can go walking in the projects. I can go walking on the west side. I can go walking downtown, Jackson Hill, the Mason End, Wood Street. Everybody knows me and they know my family. If they don't know me, they know people I'm related to. And so it's a sort of scenario. So when I went to jail, all the people in the jail, like all the drug dealers, all the people in there for murder and stuff like that, they're all familiar with my family. And so it was sort of a situation where people were like, "Man, what happened? Why are you in jail?" And I was just like, I went through gang stalking and all this stuff, and they're just like, what the fuck happened? And they just didn't understand it. Like there was a scenario painted to me where people wanted to make me look like I was crazy and there was something wrong with me, but all these people knew me. They had grown up with me, so they didn't believe it. They were just like, well, you were stalking somebody? And they're like, I don't believe that. And I was just like, that's not what happened. And
Are you guys
you know,
going to be sticking around for a bit? Because I just got to have a shower.
yeah, me and Rachel can go for a little while longer.
Okay, I'm going to have a shower and then I'll call back, and if you're still on, then yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay,
right.
so hopefully I'll talk to you in a bit.
But you know the situation now is it's over with, fortunately. You know, I went to a trial, it's over with, and it's not something that I really want to go in detail with because we're putting this online, and it's not something it's not something at this point in my life, I still live in the area, and I'm still around these people who are involved with it.
Oh yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah.
And I'm not, my God's taking care of everything. I'm not afraid of anybody, but it's not something that I want to explain the details of through an interview that's, online. But no, I was not stalking anybody. I was being stalked, and I was made to look like I was crazy, and I was made to look like I was doing something that I wasn't. And I went to jail for
Yeah.
9 months, and yep, it was a very unfortunate experience. And if anybody ends up getting stalked for a long period of time, and they end up in a small cell for 30 hours a day, you're just gonna sit there thinking about how you were stalked for all that time, and it's really gonna buy. It's like traumatizing somebody with stalking, and then throwing them in a little cell for 9 months. How do you think they're gonna react to that? So it
Oh, so
was
yeah,
a
you just
real.
basically torture yourself.
Yeah, I it was a real I remember staying up for 3 days in a row in jail and just yelling and telling everybody about it. And like for 3 days, like everybody in the jail knew what happened, they knew what was going on. I just walked around the whole jail writing letters and writing books and stuff, talking. It was a real unfortunate experience. But it's over with
Yeah,
now.
luckily I've been able to stay out of there. But yeah, I was just curious because,
Right.
like jail to me seems scary, and like I try to avoid going there. And I was just wondering like how bad it could be because like I thought rehab was bad, and I'm like, man, I bet being gang stalked actually in jail and being gaslighted in jail would be like just horrible.
Oh my God. Being gang stalked like that, and the whole if people only knew the hell that I've had to go through, that the heinousness of it and the diabolicalness of it, if people only really knew what I've really had to go through in my lifetime behind this gang stalking stuff, they would be shocked. People would be very If people really knew what happened to me and what people have done to me, they would be very shocked. It'd be very shocking for the public if they really understood what happened. And my position now, I've been getting gang stalked for 3 years, and my goal now is to help people so they themselves don't end up in a similar circumstance, that they don't have to go through what I went through. And creating community leaders who are not cowards and who will not go along with this type of thing is the number one way to do it. So hopefully, through my experience, as unfortunate as it was, hopefully I can build people who will be able to stand up and say something when this stuff happens to somebody. And that's the type of attitude that we need. We need community leaders, not not little yes men who want to put on a fake image or a fake show for people. We need people who can actually get out there and stop this stuff and be responsible. And and I would hate to see something like that happen to you, or something like that happen to somebody else who's getting gang stalked. And so from my
You know what's
experience of it,
funny?
it's what?
Oh, go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
No,
I'll say what I have to say in a minute.
I was just saying from my experience of it, gang stalking is set up in such a way to harass and psychologically disturb a person and provoke a person. They're looking to provoke, they're looking to create a hostile reaction from somebody and provoke people. And then they want to cover it up and make the person look like there's something wrong with them after the damage has been done. And that's going on around the world. Luckily for me, there's other people out there who've committed suicide. There's people who have acted out violently and killed people. I've been very angry over some of the stuff that's happened to me when it happened.
Mhm.
Good thing I have the mindset that I have. I know people personally, had things happen to them that happened to me, they would have killed somebody. I have a couple people that I know had the things that have been happening to me, had it happened to them, they would have killed somebody. I know that.
Yeah.
And so that's the reality, that's the horrible side of this, is the reaction of this stuff it's creating violence and it's creating unstable situations. And it's really very brutal.
Yeah, that kind of
It's
like ties into what I was gonna say because yeah, the torment we go through is, geared towards our insecurities and our fears. And I do have a fear of going to jail because like it's unknown. I've never been there. And what's funny is like that point in time when I felt like I was being like ran out of town, and even like it comes up every now and then to this day. Like if I'm hanging out with one of my friends and the voices will just start bombarding me like, look, this person's setting you up right now. You're going to go to jail. This person's trying to make you go to jail. And then even like the intake person at that nut barn I went to or whatever it was, like the voices were telling me, oh, read that paperwork carefully. She's setting you up to go to jail. Da da da. So they keep bringing up that I'm being set up to go to jail, even though I really don't
they
think I am.
they could be using that as to mess with you or to scare you. Who knows the intentions? But that's very real. When you're being gang stalked, you can be set up and you can go to jail. And they will have just like you get gang stalked and go to the stores and walk around and go out into the public world and everybody's participating in it. You can go through the legal system and everybody will be playing a role in it. And you can end up in jail for something you just did not do. Not you didn't you
Mhm.
didn't do it at all. You did not do it. That stuff goes on this planet. So being aware of the traps that you can get into, because you have to look out for your own best interest and your own good. A lot of these people are immoral people. They're degenerate people. They're immoral people. They're not honest. All they care about is a couple bucks. Um, a lot of them are downright stupid people to get themselves involved with stuff like this anyway. But a lot of them think it's funny and they think they're cute and they think they can just do anything to anybody and there's no consequence. And a lot of times, I think it's important that people really search within themselves for the answers. And I remember, there's been places I was being stalked. I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't go to Grand Rapids without being stalked by certain people. I couldn't go to Grand Haven without being stalked by certain people. I was literally being stalked by every definition of the word, and there was technology involved that was able to show people where I would be at, so they could stalk me. I was being viciously stalked by a sophisticated network, and it wasn't a joke, and it wasn't a game, and it wasn't funny. And it's very it's a very unfortunate situation, and nobody knows what that's like until they live it. I've had my food drugged at restaurants. I've had electronic weapons used on me. What's been done to me is not just sophisticated gang stalking. This is in the realm of mind control operations. It's getting up into the realm of mind control operations, and I've lived through it, and my mind is still sharp. I still do the work that I do, and so anybody can try to paint a picture of me to look delusional or whatever like that. I know exactly what's happened to me, and I know who was involved and I know who's responsible for it. There's nothing wrong with my perception of reality. And I've learned that when you see movie stars in Hollywood looking up painted to look like they're crazy and the tabloids in the newspaper, it's the same scenario. How they made Britney Spears
Yeah.
look crazy. She was being stalked by the paparazzi and she just wanted to be left alone, and they would take pictures of her, you know, angry, smashing her purse against the windows of the paparazzi. They were taking pictures of that and then painting the image that she was unstable and she was crazy. There was nothing wrong with her. She just wanted to be left alone. She was a strong woman who worked hard for her career, and you cannot be a weak person and make it as far as she did, but they wanted to paint the picture that she was weak and she was unstable. That's what people do in the media. They're illusionists. They want to paint an image to make somebody look like there's something wrong with them when there's not. That's happened to me. And I know how it feels and I know how it looks. And it's a horrible feeling to go through something like that. And so, but I come from a whole different place. Had it been one of the people who were doing it to me, they probably would have killed themselves or killed some. They would have fell apart a long time ago. My God has taken me this far, and he's done that with ease. I'm just a morsel, a shadow of a morsel of what my God is. And so my God's going to make sure that I end up teaching people and helping people and getting to where I need to be. And my God's going to deal with the people who did that to me. They didn't get away with anything. But it's not my place to come online and explain to people what's happened. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to let my God take care of those people.
Yeah.
He took care of Adolf Hitler. I know he can take care of that.
Absolutely. And
Right.
it's good for people not to hang on to that kind of stuff, because if you can go through something at a point in your life and you don't have to like keep going through it or hashing it out, and you can just leave it alone, that's like strength. Because some people like just hang on to that negativity for so long. It can wreck someone from inside out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's not hard. It's not hard. It took a long time for me to get past that. I was very angry about it for a long time, and I started off as an educator. I started off as an alternative researcher, and I spent a lot of money traveling. I used to travel all over. I've been all over the place, interviewing people and learning and studying and stuff like that. And I'm not a confused, delusional person, angry person, whatever. I've spent a lot of time studying and learning. I get emails and phone calls from people all over the world. I had a YouTube channel. I had like over 1 million views on it at one time. I came out in June 2016 with my Beat Gang Stalking courses. That was after a year of getting gang stalked. And so I got arrested around August 2016. But I was already doing interviews and putting together information for people and helping people. I've been contacted by human rights groups in the past. That's what I do. That's what I do is I help people. I provide people with information that's difficult for them to find or that they can't find, so they can have a better sense of perception of where they're at in the world and what's going on. That's something I've always done, and will continue to do. I hope to be able to reach more people in the future. But I just
I've
have you
noticed
ever
that
get
like a lot of TIs that are targeted are people that like to help other people. I wonder if they almost want to take us out because that's like a sign of weakness or something along those lines. I wonder that sometimes.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because what they're trying to do is kind of like, I feel like they're trying to create their own new society, and it's in the works. Like there's probably like some sort of apocalyptic thing or new world order coming down the line at some point. And I've entertained the thought that maybe like because most of the TAs I know like the lady that was just on the phone here, she's an animal lover, an animal rights activist, and then you like to help people, and I've always liked to help people. Like I've always been a helper myself, and I almost wonder if they see that as a sign of weakness.
I don't know if they see it as a sign of weakness because it takes a strong person to get out there and do that. I mean, you mean do they play on your sympathy for people?
Well, I
Like they
mean,
play
it's obviously it's not a weakness. It's not a weakness at all. But if they're evil, like the lady that was just on the line was saying, and they get joy out of tormenting or whatever, they're not thinking right anyway. And so, like powerful people see like people that like to help each other, or that are compassionate or empathetic, or people that are healers. Not like the healers that are in it just for the money, say they heal, but they don't. Not like you know, Dr. Feelgood or anything like that, but people that, genuinely care about each other. And yeah, that can be considered weak if you're, a powerful person trying to get to the top.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Well, you never know. See, these people are narcissists. They're sociopathic. A lot of them are just deranged.
That's
They
true.
don't think they don't think very healthy, and it takes a more powerful person to help somebody do something. It's easy to destroy something. Anybody can come along and try to ruin something or destroy something. That's not hard to do. Anybody can do that. But it takes more dedication and more energy and more willpower to help somebody produce something. Knocking something down is easy. Anybody can just come along and break something. I mean, that's what little, juvenile delinquents do it all the time. But to come along and to help somebody build and work on something and help somebody to become stronger within themselves, that's real power. Real power takes the lightest touch. Real power takes the lightest touch.
Yeah.
A truly powerful person isn't going to need to spend a lot of energy or time on something. You know, they don't need to sit back and watch people and mess with people and all that stuff. That's not the sign of a powerful person. That's a sign of somebody trying to bully somebody, trying to bring
Yeah,
somebody down so
respect
they
goes way further than fear when it comes to leadership.
right, right, trying to bring somebody down so they can feel up. And I think a lot of times people substitute fear with like you said, with respect. You know, there's people that fear people, but they don't respect the person. Fear and respect are two different things. Respect goes a Some people believe fear goes a lot further. Respect goes a lot further because after the person, respect is like when the person's not in the room or the person has even died, they're still talked about wonderfully. Fear, hell, when you're out of the room, they're going to be talking about how they're going to stab you in the back. Look at the
Yeah.
people who work in these corporations. They hate their boss. They fear their boss, but they hate their boss. When their boss gets out of the room, they're all talking with each other about him, and they're looking for a way to get over on him. But if they respect him, they're not going to talk bad about him to anybody. When he's out of the room, they're
It
going to be saying good things about him.
it even trickles down to like on a smaller scope, even just like simple parenting, positive reinforcement always works better than negative reinforcement.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I'm really
Yeah,
surprised they haven't
definitely.
figured that out yet.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Positive energy and positive reinforcement is the best is the best mechanism. And I think sometimes like our response to stuff isn't right. We get offended by something or somebody does something and our response to it isn't correct. And that I think that happens a lot with children as children do stuff and the response that the adults have aren't correct. And it's easy. Children can easily be molded to do things they normally wouldn't. It doesn't take long and children know when people are lying. Children can look at an adult and know if they're honest or dishonest. I remember I could. Remember that? And you could just look. Have you ever had that experience?
When you can just what?
Have you ever had that experience when you were growing up when you could look at an adult and they wouldn't even have to say anything and you knew just by their energy if they were honest or dishonest?
Oh yeah, animals can sense that kind of stuff too.
Right, animals can sense it. Children can sense it. The vibration of the adult is much larger, and so they can feel the energy. And you know if somebody is hostile, you know if somebody is just not a good person. And animals won't want to be
Yeah,
alone with those people. Have you noticed if you're in a room full of people and people start leaving, the animals will not want to get left behind with that person. And children won't want to either. They can feel there's something wrong,
yeah, yeah.
you
Like I
know?
think, the kids are very, very spiritual and very, very aware of like dimensions that we, basically like as we grow up, society beats that out of you. Like I believe like all kids start out psychic, but then the world just kind of takes that away from you. So yeah, they can definitely sense if someone's lying, if they're an adult and they're lying right to your face.
Mhm.
They know it. They just know something's not right about this person, and they kind of get that warning, like, go find mommy or go find daddy or someone that you trust, and like be around them instead.
Mhm. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. And with like this gang stalking stuff, it's gotten I think we've gotten to the point to where I think we've really gotten to the point to where we gotta start explaining this stuff to younger people because there's people getting up into college and they're starting to get gang stalked There was a woman who she was 19 years old and she lived in Texas, and she sent me an email and she just was like, Jameel, I'm getting gang stalked and I don't know what to do about it. And I emailed her back with a link to a blog that I work on regarding the confusion stage of gang stalking. And then there was a woman, 23, who emailed me. She was getting stalked everywhere. There was a young guy, 18. He was getting stalked. There was another young guy, 19. He was contemplating suicide. He was getting gang stalked. This stuff is starting to affect the younger population. There's
I
literally
saw
people.
that. Most of the
Yeah.
news articles out there are about it happening, like the few that are actually out there. Little news blurbs every now and then. They're mostly about kids in college.
Yeah, yeah. The younger people are going to college. They're going to college, and they're working on their college degree, and they're finding themselves getting stalked. And I don't. The parents aren't explaining this to them, and the schools aren't explaining it to them, and they can't call the cops. They can't go to the government. What's going on? They can't even go to the United Nations. I've had people tell me that they've done everything. They even went to the United Nations. There was a guy who was contacting the Russians. He was writing
Oh
emails to the
my
Russian government. Yeah, he called the cops. He went to the government. He went to the United Nations, and now he's writing emails to the Russian government trying to get out. I mean, this stuff is really crazy. Like there's people going to foreign governments trying to get help. That's how bad it is.
gosh.
And how are you gonna? What do you mean? How are you gonna have a young person in college looking to? How are they ever gonna get a job? They can't become. They can't be whoever they want to be if they work hard at it because they're gonna be getting gang stalked the whole time. And then when it comes time for them to get their job, wherever they're going, they're gonna be getting gang stalked. This is a serious issue. This gets down to people's pursuit of happiness, their right to privacy, and this is far more serious than what people realize.
Yeah, it really is. And the privacy thing is like horrible. Because when I first started questioning, like in the bathrooms, like everywhere I went, I would try to find like a camera or a microphone or something in the bathroom. Because I'm like, why is the world watching me take a piss? You know what I mean? And when I questioned it, like I flat out, like, because when I first started hearing the voices, I would sit up all night talking with them, like, because I thought I was just talking to another part of myself for a little while, because that's how Looney Tunes I went, and so I thought I was just talking to parts of my own psyche. So I'd sit up all night with them and have conversations with them and everything. And when I questioned why I can't take a piss in private, they're like, "Oh, well, you're an addict. You don't get privacy." But then when I spent a period of time sober after I got out, um, they were still letting me take a piss. So that was why.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. You remind me a lot of the first person who contacted me. They told me as soon as they woke up in the morning, they would start hearing voices. They would be hearing voices telling them different things. And I began getting a lot of emails of people saying similar stuff. But this guy, he was getting them 20. It got to the point to where he could not distinguish the voices from actual people's voices. He didn't know if
Yeah,
it was
I have problems
the
with that. I have big problems with that. I'm like, did that person really just
right.
say that? Because they are really good at pinpointing people's voices around you, and they can pretty much do any voice that is familiar to you. They know how to replicate that. And so I know the names of all the people's voices I hear in my head. And like I had just recently seen a friend yesterday and the day before that I hadn't seen in quite a few years, and now her voice is in my head. And I hadn't seen her, but like I had to like hear it, and they had to hear it in order to replicate it. You know what I mean?
Well, this is an article that came out back in 1974. It says microwave voice to skull success announced 1974. American psychologist. Journal of the American Psychological Association, Volume 30, March 1975. Number three, by radiating themselves with these voice modulated microwaves, Sharp and Grove were readily able to hear, identify, and distinguish among the 9 words. The sounds heard were not unlike those emitted by persons with artificial larynxes. Communication of more complex words and of sentences were not attempted because the average densities of the energy required to transmit longer messages would approach the current 10 limit of safe exposure. The capability of they couldn't do more than so many words because it would the threat of it endangering somebody's health, this machine. But the capability of communicating directly with a human being, but the article goes on. It cut me off right there. I'm reading it from on a picture on Google Images. The article. Hold on. This article is based on materials presented in a seminar to the faculties of psychology and engineering at the University of Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah, August 20, 21st, 1974. So it just goes on, and I'll email a copy of this to you if you like. But this is some serious.
Yeah, definitely.
This is yeah. This is some serious stuff. I mean, you're talking about back in 1974. American psychologists were using voice to skull technology, and it came out in the newspaper. So I'm sure they were doing it way before that, but I'm sure it was being done way before that. But the fact that this has been public since 1974, should tell people something. And so if you're saying that this is happening to you today, I don't doubt you at all, because as you can see, this has been happening, since the 70s. So there's nothing crazy or weird about it. It's just, this is a phenomenon that's happening to people.
Yeah, I thought I was like the only one, but yeah, as I've like done more and more research about this whole thing, yeah, if anyone tells me, oh, I hear voices that aren't mine, and I know I don't have a mental illness, I believe them.
Right.
I
Absolutely.
believe they do not have a mental illness, and that it's really coming from outside themselves.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. I look back now and I think, remember those stories you used to hear in the news years ago, way before we even were looking at Google, like back in like the 90s, where you would hear about people hearing voices and going and shooting people. Remember you used to hear stories like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Like they would say this guy went out and shot people, and then people would say, "Oh, he was crazy. He was hearing voices. Before he went and killed the people, he was hearing voices. He's crazy." And back then, it sounded convincible. Like, oh my God, you mean this guy went and shot a bunch of people at a store and he was hearing voices? He was crazy. But now we can look back and say, wait a minute, maybe this person's mind was being messed with. Maybe, they were a government experiment. They were MK Ultra experiment. You know, and
Yeah.
that's the way.
And
This
I
stuff.
was really, really surprised to hear how long that technology has been readily available. I'm like, how do more people not know about this? Because, like, when
Oh yeah.
you go into any psychiatrist or counselor saying, oh, the government's beaming, um, voices into my head, and you're labeled like a classic tinfoil hat, like schizophrenic. If you try things at home to try to keep those voices out of my head, I used to think people that wore tinfoil hats were batshit crazy, and now like I'm like, I might try that because I might get a good night's sleep for once. I might be able to have my own thought for once. It actually doesn't sound like that bad of an idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's like how
Yeah.
far
You're
this has
right.
taken people. That's insane.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna email you a link. It's of the man named Anthony Sutton. He did some work, some really good work. Some of his work was on psychotronic weapons. And back in the Vietnam era, the Soviets were using psychotronic weapons to experiment on American troops, and and it was working. They could literally make people hear voices even back. The Soviets were doing it back, way back in the late 60s, early 70s, and they were pushing, making, radiating people and making people go crazy and whatnot. And it's very fascinating, but he explains it so much better than me. And I'm gonna send you a link to that. And then, did you get those MK Ultra files that I sent you?
Yeah, I downloaded them I was having that problem where you would send me that email and then I saw it go into my trash can and then get deleted out of my trash can. So after I finally like tracked it down after you sent it to the alternative email that I sent you, I did download them and I took a quick peek at them. I just haven't had time to actually like go through it yet.
Right, right, right. Okay, okay. Well, when you get a chance, I know it's a bunch of stuff in there. It's just like I've gone through and I read periodically through those files, and there's some good information there, but you could spend like 10 years studying that stuff easily. And so at least you got it though. You can look at it anytime you want. And there's just so much
Yeah, I'm
information
very
out there on
interested
this
in
stuff.
it.
Right. Yeah,
Because
I'm
I
gonna
think it
send you a
might
picture.
like shed some light on my whole experience at that place I went to.
What do you think the goal of
Because it
that
might
was?
not be like,
Do you think?
huh?
What do you think the goal of that was?
I don't know. Like, I almost think, like, I don't even understand how I got out. Maybe I just got compliant enough. They thought that I would, not be as much of a threat or something. I don't know if it was, like, compliance. I don't know if it was just, like, to try to make me kill myself or if it was to get me away from society for a little while so they could set up something bigger. I have no idea. I'm still trying to figure it out. Or maybe, it was just like you said, like I had you know, sort of like traits that they were looking for. Like they need like a Caucasian female in their mid 30s to that I have this trait or that trait or like like a high school dropout or whatever. Like I fit a profile that they hadn't had yet in our study. So they sent me off to this place to do their study because I really felt studied there. And like I was saying, like, and from every aspect, like I feel like people were seeing like how I would react to certain psychological tactics, and I think like all of them had like little like almost like Bluetooth things in their ears where they could hear what the voices were saying to me almost because
Hmm.
they do a really good job and most people do a really good job at pretending they can't hear it, but for some reason at this place I think they could actually hear what they were saying, and so they were seeing how I would react. Or maybe they were taking acting classes, like we need you have free acting classes if you come here and just play this part for this person. And those are the people that had like the misinformation, because there are definitely people there that had like the full scope of what's going on, that were definitely in on everything, and then there were innocent bystanders that like thought this place was something else than it was too.
Right. Right. It sounds like the way it feels. It felt like a group sort of a group study where they might have had you compared to like 15 other people or 100 other people, and they were seeing how you reacted to certain stuff. Or but the thing about the cult's really interested me, how you were approached and asked to join these religious groups, because I met a woman over the phone. She emailed me. I ended up talking to her. She was asked. She was approached by a group. They wanted to bring her into the cult. She didn't want to do it. She declined on it, and then they just started gang stalking her. And so then she said that there was some weird church group that tried to bring her in too. So it's almost like there's these cults out there and these strange groups that are trying to recruit people, and it looks like that might have something to do with it in some sense. But who knows? I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
I'm still trying to figure out if like just so many different types of cults and churches have approached me like over the last, I want to say like 5 or 6 years or so. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if that has something to do with it too. Like, join this or you get sent off. Um, but my conclusion coming out of there is it definitely had to be something like drug related. Because like I could like sometimes like because I've like experimented with almost everything on the planet, like drug wise, and I've been on enough like antidepressants in my life and various pills for, ailments that I don't have. Um, to know like how certain things that like react with me, and like that's why I think like I know I was dosed with some sort of psychedelic, and I could tell when they gave me an antidepressant to stop the trip, and I could tell when I even think they gave me laughing gas at one point, you know what I mean? And they might not even be like the same drugs that are available like on the street or at a dentist's office or anything, but like something close enough to it that I knew at least what class the drug was in.
Hmm.
Because I felt like I was getting dosed and then cleansed like every few days.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
you have to
it
think it was
might
some
be
sort of drug trial.
a drug child.
Or a drug trial. You know how people like sign up
Oh,
for drug
right.
trials?
What is
Involuntary
it?
drug trials.
What do you mean? That's no, for real. That's fascinating. You said you sign up for a drug trial, like to experience the drug for a certain period of time.
Oh yeah, like with the drug trials, like they have a new like say like antidepressant out on the market, right? And so people get paid to take this drug and like report their side effects. And I don't know, I don't think they get paid even that well to do this to themselves. But like that's why they have those like gnarly side effects like on those on prescriptions. Like your hair might fall out, your skin might turn orange, you might get like a paraneoplastic syndrome that stops when you stop taking the drug. It's from like these people that sign up for these clinical trials and just like, ooh, I'll put an unknown substance in my body for money and then report the side effects. And so I almost feel like I was like put like in a trial for so maybe some drugs that aren't even out there yet. They're still working on them, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like, but definitely like something along the lines of like mind control or making someone more susceptible to like manipulations or counseling sessions or something.
Yeah, I've known people who've gone into these drug trials, and I think sometimes these things are. I think there might be like experiments, like MK Ultra type experiments, like you're saying through these drugs. You ever heard of like the people who go and get plasma and blood and all that? Have you ever done that?
I can't because I supposedly have an autoimmune disease, but I know a lot of people that do.
I think there's something going on with that too. I think a lot of these ads in the paper, for people that like do testing with marijuana and stuff, that they may be smoking
Mhm.
weed, but I think there might be something else in the weed. They're lacing the weed with something.
Yeah, probably.
Right, right. Because you ever okay? You know anything? You ever seen people smoke that sherm water, that embalming
Oh
fluid?
yeah.
It's,
They go berserko.
yeah, yeah, that PCP, and they smoke they smoke that water and they go crazy, and
Yeah, and most of them end up like stripping down in public and walking in traffic. That's like a common thing that people that use that drug
yeah,
do.
I seen this guy on YouTube. He was off that water, and he went into a gas station. He was butt ass naked, and he went into the gas station and was tearing everything down. He was knocking like all the rows of chips and stuff. Like he was just demolishing. I'm gonna find the link and end up sending it to you. And he had a dog with him. He was walking around. He was walking around ass naked with his dog, and his dog looked vicious too. And he was just walking inside the gas station, and he just started punching through the coolers and breaking the glass and smashing the chips off the lines and kicking cartons of cigarettes and stuff behind the thing, and like he demolished it. And then the cops didn't even show up. He was outside. The guy recording it. There was a guy recording it, and after he did all this, he went outside and stood there for like 2 minutes naked, then just walked away with his dog. He just walked away with his dog, and that was the end of the film. And so I wonder
Yeah.
what happened to him. Like he just went to his gas station, demolished the whole gas station with his dog naked, and then stood outside the gas station for like 2 minutes. And I think he was asking for a cigarette. He stood there for like 2 minutes asking for a cigarette, and and every and everybody was scared. Everybody was scared that no one wanted to get close to him, right? And then he just took off walking naked, like across the street somewhere, and that was like the end of it. And I was just like, man, that looks like some scary stuff. I wouldn't want to take nothing
Oh
like
yeah, like
that.
if they want us to kill ourselves, like yeah, they could. I don't know why they just don't dose us with that. Because I watched this like documentary where like I forget what town it is. It's out there in the Midwest somewhere where like PCP is a huge problem, and the documentary is in this ER where the ER people are like so prepared for PCP users to have to come in there. Like they have like probably like 8 to I don't know, I want to say like 25 users that come through that ER department daily with just like crazy ass injuries. Like they'll have like a rod like coming through their abdomen, like in one's like coming out their back, like out their stomach, and they can't feel it because it's a very very strong disassociative drug, and just like nails in their foot, and all of them, like most of them, like are naked, and like when they ask the doctor like why do these people strip when they take this drug, they're like, oh, because it raises your body temperature to almost like a dangerous level, so they're trying to cool off. And it makes you very very
Damn.
aggressive and very paranoid, and it makes you like literally not be able to feel any pain, like physical pain at all.
Right, right. Yeah, I'd be scared. When I was younger, I used to smoke weed, and thankfully I never got the weed laced. It never got laced, but I remember people that knew me that were older, they used to worry about that, and I never got laced, but I used to smoke it all the time. Like I remember, how old was I when I started smoking? I started smoking weed when I was 13, and I went over to an uncle's house, and like all the older girls wanted to smoke weed. Like all the girls that were 17, 18, they all wanted to smoke weed and get high. And I was looking at all the women, I was looking at all the girls. I was just like, damn. So if I can get some weed, I can get around the girls, because they're all older than me, so they didn't really want to be bothered with me. And so I was just like, I'm gonna get some weed so I can hang out with them. And so I walked down the street. I walked down the street to the corner, and there was somebody out there selling dope. Like the neighborhood, they were selling crack on the corner, and I knew they had some weed. And I said how much for a bag, and he was just like $10. I said all I got is five. And he said give it here. He said give it here, and I gave him the $5, and he pulled out the bag of weed and gave it to me. And I went back to my uncle's house. I didn't want anybody to know about it. And at that time, my uncle was smoking tobacco out of buglers. I took a couple of the papers out of his buglers, went downstairs, and then I said, I don't know how to roll the weed. I can't roll. And so then I had to go find somebody that knew how to roll it, and they rolled it for me, and I lit it up, and I started smoking it, and the next thing you know, I just started laughing. Within like 2 minutes, I went upstairs and looked around, and I looked at how crazy everything looked weird, and I just started laughing. I couldn't stop laughing, and ever since, and after that moment, I was just like, afterwards, I was just like, man, that felt good. I want to get some more weed. And then the girls were like, he got some weed. He got some weed. And I just like, this is cool. I got the weed. But now, I tried smoking that. Last time I smoked weed, I was probably like 20, 21. It's probably the last time I smoked weed, somewhere around there. I smoked it, and I got real paranoid. And I
See,
didn't want to smoke it.
that's my problem.
Yeah.
Is that
And then
like
the
I
weed,
get too paranoid.
yeah, yeah, you get real paranoid. But one drug that I did like, I did one time try LSD, and it scared me a little bit. But it was the first time I took it, it was pretty fun. It was pretty fun. Like I got real excited, and I had a lot of energy, and I kept laughing and running around tickling people. Then I tried it a couple more times after that, and I didn't like it. But I've always just liked alcohol. I like to relax and drink beer and stuff like that. But as far as getting high goes, I don't. At this point in my life, I think I'd be scared.
Well, in like
to
a
get a drug from.
controlled setting for like spiritual reasons, like those Indians that drink that hallucinogen, was that like peyote or something like that? You know, they have it for like a spiritual, like ceremonial reason. Like I'm all for that, like expanding your mind. But when it comes to taking it recreationally, like all the time, like that will make you go insane just in itself, you know?
Right. Right. Christiane, are you on?
Yep, I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
letting you guys talk. So you guys.
Yeah, we were just talking. We were
Drugs.
just talking about like, yeah, the conversation started off about how drugs might be being used in these studies and these experiments, like people go and volunteer to take drugs,
Well,
like antidepressants.
oh yeah, the studies and stuff that they have and whatnot. Yeah. Did you
Mhm.
see that one?
Mhm.
It was in the UK years ago for a cancer drug, and it actually nearly killed all the guys that were in the study. And
I
they got
believe
I didn't
it.
hear about that.
Yeah, it was some drug trial for cancer treatment. And I'm thinking, why do people who have no health issues go and volunteer to take cancer drugs? Why don't they find people who actually have cancer that, it didn't make sense to me. How do you come up with any kind of analysis or whatever with respect to cancer drugs when they're not cancer patients that are taking them? Like, how is that supposed to work? But it
I
nearly
think
killed
they're
them all.
blocked legally, in some way like that. Like, yeah, how can, like, I completely agree with you. Like, how can this study be, you know, accurate if the people don't have cancer, but it's a cancer drug? But I think on the flip side of that is that they can't enroll you in a drug trial if your health is too far in the shitter either. So their hands are kind of tied both those ways, you know?
These guys were healthy, and they were like in the ICU and everything. I think one guy might have passed away, but they had some serious issues, and it was like immediate. It was like violently immediate, the reaction that they were having, and they still kept administering the drugs to other people that were there when the first guy had gotten his, and he started having the reaction immediately, and they kept administering them to the rest of the study. I thought, whoa, like that's you'd think that they would have to assess the situation, and it's a good thing they were in a hospital, but apparently the other part of the hospital didn't realize that that's what was going on. But the only thing that saved them really was being at the hospital.
Actually, I take back my
Yeah,
previous
that's
statement about people can't be too sick. People can't be too sick to be put in drug trials because basically, like, I think the way it works is you have to like sign your life away, basically saying like, I know this is an alternative treatment. I know I might die from it, and you have to sign something that says you're okay with dying from this treatment or whatever. But you're gonna die anyway, so do you want to try the treatment or die? You know?
Yeah, but it's been proven too that the cancer treatments that they give people are actually killing them faster than if they hadn't gotten the treatment to begin with. Like,
Absolutely.
it actually kills you because it is toxic. I mean, look at how it affects your system. Like, you have no immune system. It's killing, like, it may be killing some of the cancer or shrinking it or whatever, but it's also killing all your natural stuff. Like, they have no immune system or anything. They're really severely compromised when they're going through cancer treatment, and it's been shown that people actually die quicker when they get treatment. But that's
I believe
one
that
of the things
too.
about these electromagnetic weapons. Some of they have the ability to, and this is what this ex-security guard says. It has the ability to help people, and there has been situations where doctors have used the technology to help people, like with PTSD and stuff. But you can, you know how they're saying now they can do something, they can create a cure with your, they take a sample of your DNA and they make I don't know what it is, but they do something, and it's a treatment that's specifically for your cancer or whatever, and it helps heal you or cure you better than the other stuff, because it's, I can't think of the name of it, but that's what they're doing. Well, that's what these systems, these weapon systems and stuff, they have the capability to do that, to heal, but they're being used for nefarious reasons. So, what is it they call it? Biometric engineering, like biometrics and stuff like that. It can be used for helping curing people and, you know, doing good rather than harming. But of course,
See, that kind of worries me too, because if like these electronic weapons, like if they do find ways to make them beneficial to people, then they'll make it more readily available to more people that might not do the right thing with them. So that kind of worries me a little bit.
Well, that's just it, and that's happening anyways, because there's criminals involved in stuff like this. It's like the stingrays, they're illegal, but the cops use them. You know, the technology, you can make one yourself, and criminals are doing this, and it's being used for nefarious reasons. To me, it's being used for nefarious reasons by both law enforcement and criminals, but it's I understand what you're saying, because anything that, you know, with technology and stuff like that, there's always like a downside, and it's like what I was saying about the malware being on my devices. Same thing, you know, it allows, it opens the door for anybody to be able to hack and do harm.
Yeah, GPS was like the worst thing to come out. It's like, ooh, I won't get lost when I drove. But what I tell my kid all the time is like, you know how I get around? I don't need GPS. I use this thing called my memory. And he goes to school the next day and tells his teacher, my mom doesn't need GPS. She uses her memory. But it's true. Like, we don't need it. Like, and it's marketed to us for this like pretty like benign thing. Oh, it just makes it easier for us to get around. You know what I mean? But it makes it so much easier not to have our privacy.
Yeah, my nephew, that reminds me when you say that, my nephew, they were in private school, in the Catholic school, and he was, I don't know how old he was, I think maybe he was like 6 or something, and they had show and tell at school, and I'm covered in tattoos and piercings, and he asked his mom, he says, Mom, they couldn't say Christiane at the time, right, so they called me Auntie Anne, so they still call me Auntie Anne. He says, can I take Auntie Anne to school for show and tell? Because she's got all kinds of stuff all over. She's like, no, I don't think that would be a good idea, honey. Yeah, it was so cute, though. I want to take Auntie Anne in for show and tell. She's got pictures drawn all over her body. And yeah. Kids are cute. They used to play a game with me too. It's like, Auntie Anne. He's like, what? Guess what? I said, what? Chicken butt. Guess who? Who? Chicken poo. And they just say it over and over and over again. Gotta love kids and their imaginations and their little quirks, things they find hilarious. And
that's one thing I wanted to like get on the topic of is like at some point whenever we have like more people involved in, you know, the TI community or whatever, is talking about how being a TI affects like, you know, parenting and, you know, the safety of the, you know, the children that are involved in these families of these TIs, you know.
Yeah, that's a really, really good thing. Yeah, I didn't even think of that, like, because my kids are grown up. I just think of like the after effects of all this and what's coming. But yeah, no, that would be a really, really awesome topic, and probably something that would help a lot of people who are concerned for their kids and stuff like that.
Well, because a lot of us are female, is what I've been hearing. Is like a lot of targeted people are female.
Yeah, about 70%.
Yeah, like
so they have
70%.
kids.
Yeah.
Wow.
They're-
And so
they're- they're- what
we're
they're
all
do-
like moms and everything, and it's like if we're being nuked with microwaves, like if is the kid
Oh.
getting nuked too? You know what I mean? Like it's just the whole thing
Yeah.
of safety, and like your parent disappears or whatever. It's like what's going to be the effect on that generation with kids that had parents that were targeted?
The 5G that they're rolling out, it's the Beast system, and it's called the Beast system for a reason. It's going to kill. It's like they're putting these the towers and stuff in playgrounds, in schoolyards and stuff like that. And I just watched the other day where a guy came in and he was like vouching for having these systems installed, and his child had cancer, and he stood and told everybody that even though his child had cancer and there was one of these towers installed in the schoolyard where his child went to school, he did not believe that was the cause.
There's no connection there. Right.
And I thought, oh my God, like you're allowed to breed? Like how could you not?
Don't underestimate the power of denial.
Yeah, and it's your own child. And it's like we
just don't want to believe it.
Well, they've already come out with the studies finally admitting that cell phones cause cancer. So,
oh yeah,
but the 5G, it's the Beast system, and they say it's called the Beast system for a reason. It's not anything good, and it's real time. Everything's going to be like real time. That's how fast it is, and people are so. Oh yeah, like I'm one like attached to my devices. So like people aren't really caring. They're just thinking, oh yeah, faster and streaming this and that, but it really is like, and you can't escape it where they're putting up so many of them. It's just a total like one of the scientists or whatever said that he called it the cooking of humanity. Like that's what they're doing. We're being cooked. It's microwaves. Like that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah, one of the tip-offs that I had that I was being, stalked was that I spent a really big chunk of last year without a cell phone. And I spent a very good chunk of time after I got out of the institution I got out of without a cell phone as well. And I was still, people still knew where I was, what I was doing. Street theater would, tell me this, show me that people knew what I was doing, where I was going, what conversations I had, what I had for breakfast, what I contemplated on wearing but changed my mind on,
Yeah.
And so I'm starting to check all my coats, my soles of my shoes, everything for a hidden camera. I've, probably installed 15 detect a hidden camera app in my phone and then deleted it because it was useless.
With that, it's what you need is something that essentially we wouldn't be able to afford, and there's sensors and stuff too. It can monitor your heartbeat, your temperature and stuff. And I found mine in the phone case that I ordered with my new devices in the past few months. I don't know. I really don't know where I come up with and think like, oh, maybe I should look here because blah blah blah. It just comes to me, and I would like to say that maybe it's God or somebody kind of giving me putting me in the right direction. And I just for some reason I decided I was going to tear apart my phone thing, like not rip it apart, but like look in it. And sure enough, this little sensor was in there, and a little silver disc. It looks like it's about the size of a dime, and that's like they can put these things like so tiny into anything. And beware of anybody bringing gifts. I've had a lot of those too. So anything that anybody might bring you could have any kind of surveillance technology. And
Yeah, see, and I had a lot of people just giving me like random stuff, like, "Oh, it's winter.
Yep.
Oh, do you need an extra coat? Here's an extra coat."
Yep.
You know.
Yep, I've had that experience a lot too, and I thought about it after the fact, like when I realized a little more in depth of what was truly happening. I was like, yeah, that totally makes sense now, and it totally makes sense why people were looking kind of weird and stuff. And I actually noticed, some people would come over and they would sit in a certain spot, and it's like they were looking somewhere, like sort of trying to hide the fact that they were looking around, like as if they were trying to put something there, or I don't know. And I just got that weird feeling, and sure enough, like a lot of the people that I suspected about things were definitely involved. And yeah, like my brother, knowing the individual who had my dog, and I told my brother the name of the individual. He knows the girl who took him and everything, and he said he was helping me. I gave him the name. Well, he didn't tell me anything, but he was here one night, and this was after my dog was killed, and I was talking to the person online or on the phone that I gave my brother the name of, and he said to me, he says, "Oh, is that so and so?" And I said, "Yeah." He says, "Oh, I was just about to go over to his place right after I left here," and blah 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 blah. And then I come to find out that from that person that my brother had seen my dog with him and everything, and my brother didn't even tell me. The kind of betrayal. And I said to my brother, I said, I'm sick and tired of all this. And I said, people thinking that, it's okay to not say anything or help my dog, and then let some fucking demon murder him and whatnot. And I said, that's okay, and I've done nothing to anybody. I said, so I've had enough. I want nothing to do with anybody who's, can stand in my face basically and say I love you and blah blah blah, lie straight faced, and yet they're part of why my dog is dead.
Yeah, I don't really think, I don't know if you guys have gone this far yet, but I feel like everybody's in on it, and there's nobody that you can trust fully, and people aren't who you remember them being anymore. Because I can't think of a single family member that I think isn't in on it or that hasn't been approached. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, I think my kid's the only one that, hasn't been like fully approached, like, that I know as an adult. And it just sucks that, like, the people that your family members will do this to you.
Yeah, and they are, that's part of the surveillance too, watching you and knowing who you associate with, your family, and finding out who can be manipulated, who can be, yeah. Yeah.
And I harbored like a lot of anger when I realized that, my family were being just complete assholes to me. And then I had to let it go. I was like, well, I'm just gonna like rest with the fact that I believe they were approached as, a part of an Al-Anon program, and they think that they're supporting a drug addict with like more of a tough love approach, and they were taught how to gaslight. And so I have to believe that they had their hearts in the right place. They just had the wrong information, or else, I'll just be like so hurt. I might just like, it keeps me from doing something stupid just from like, straight up betrayal.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You mean like they were coached on how to gaslight you into all this stuff? And
yeah, in the name of sobriety, like in the name of, oh, this is like
whatever
okay, and
they can, right?
Mm-hmm.
That totally makes sense, because they use whatever situation would seem appropriate with respect to whatever's going on in your life. So that would be a very good way to manipulate someone into thinking they're actually doing something that's potentially beneficial or whatever, when
Yeah, because they're like, oh, we have this new program. This psychologist came out with this study saying that this is a better way to approach an addict in the family than the traditional Al-Anon like diagram or whatever. And so they come tell them, da da da, and they're unaware that they're gaslighting you. They come up with a completely different name for it and everything. And I'm pretty sure, like, you know, I don't know how they're sworn to secrecy, but they will not tell you. At least mine won't. They will not tell you they've been approached or that anything was weird or anything at all. They won't.
Because they make them sign a non-disclosure agreement saying they can't speak about it because it's you're under investigation or some whatever thing they use. So they make.
I've been told about it by the people doing it.
Oh, I've been told a few things, but people who, like in your family and stuff like that, when you know that they've been spoken to, they won't say anything because they can't.
Yeah, and then people don't want to talk about it. I think it's sort of a thing to where people don't want to admit they're participating in it. Because it gets to the point to where if you really think about it, this stuff is really crimes. These people are committing crimes against people. And
it's like gaslighting is considered emotional abuse.
Yep.
It's it's stalking. It's damaging somebody's mind is the worst crime you can do. To damage somebody's mind is unconscionable, really. And if somebody admits that they're doing stuff like this, somebody can go to the I don't know how, to go into a courtroom, and you don't even have to bring gang stalking up. Just for somebody causing emotional distress or whatever, they could end up in the penitentiary for that.
Yep.
Honestly, if somebody sits down and says you were following this person off and on for days, weeks, months, years, and doing this stuff, like that's like you can go to the you would think somebody would end up in the penitentiary doing something like that. I know if I started following somebody every single day with my car lights on everywhere, and I was being paid to do it and all this stuff, I would think like, wow, man, like what the fuck am I, like I'm doing something wrong. Why am I bothering this person? And if the person if the people have to lie about it and lie about it, and that means they're doing something illegal. If they have to lie about it, then they're doing something illegal.
Yeah, and it is illegal what's happening.
Right.
And they don't want it to get out, and they don't want you to know and stuff like that. So that's why they go with this, fake investigation or whatever the scenario is, and have them sign a non-disclosure agreement because what they are doing is illegal. So
it's against federal stalking laws.
Yeah, so I don't even know if people signing a non-disclosure agreement under those circumstances would be considered legal. I don't know if it would be held up.
No, it wouldn't. The contracts wouldn't mean whatever agreements they made to get their little kills and bits don't mean a damn thing. What they're doing is against federal stalking laws. To repeatedly stalk somebody and cause the person to stress and panic is illegal.
Yep.
And they can end up they should end up they belong in the penitentiary.
Yeah.
And it's really horrible when like they send people out to you as like a romantic interest or like a coworker or somebody who earned your trust, and that person was sent to you just to get more information on you and to drive you further insane. Because I'm suspicious of like maybe 3 or 4 people in the last year that I think were purposely sent out to me just to like mess with my head even further.
I've had a lot of that, and I said that right from the beginning, and I said it's like they're here to steer me away from my goal and give me like disinformation and stuff, and that's when I started putting out my own disinformation and whatnot. Like it's they do that. That is that's one of the tactics, because I had people just showing up at my door, people I didn't even know. And they, I heard, your dog was stolen, this and that, and you know, and they'd offer me this information or they'd offer to help and whatever, and it was like a circle jerk of bullshit just to kind of just keep me chasing my tail or whatever, or make it so I have false information and look like an idiot when I go and put it forward. So
Oh yeah, I get a lot of misinformation about just like the basic way the universe works and like humanity works and everything. Because like everything that I was like taught in school, like everything that had any sort of common sense was thrown out the window once I started getting stalked. Like people are trying to tell me that, you know, like I don't know what's a good example. I'll just tell you the example that I got. Just like some random BS being spit out at me because I was like considering like the Suboxone program, and so I was talking to my friend about it, and this is how I knew he was in on it. He's all like, "Oh no, you." I was like, "Yeah, I need to abstain from all opiates for about like 48 hours, and then I can get on the Suboxone." And then after I go through like all the outpatient stuff, get off the Suboxone. He's like, "That's not how that works." And I was like, "Well, that's everything I read says that that's how it works. Every doctor I told you said that's how it works, blah, blah, blah." And he's like, "Oh, no, you have to get on methadone first and then go from the methadone to the Suboxone. And you don't even start outpatient until you're done getting off the Suboxone." I'm like, "What the?" I'm like, "Where did you get this?" And like, then, it's like change of subject. So just stuff like that. I have, a basic knowledge about people are just like telling me all kinds of crazy stuff 24/7 to the point where, yeah, I do question my own reality. And when that happens, you just got to be like, "Hey, I know this is, how it really is. And these people are just trying to throw me off."
yeah, yep, that totally makes sense.
Yeah, yeah. The degeneracy and the diabolicalness behind this stuff is really sick and crazy. Like it's just crazy to think of all the different things that are happening to one person. How you have disinformation campaigns going and people being recruited to gaslight the people, noise campaigns, street theater, covert drugging, electronic weapons, all this different stuff. This is really out of control. What's going
And
on?
like she was saying, to
You
have your
know?
own family and stuff, that's like an ultimate betrayal. That's like that's really nasty to
Right.
yeah.
Right. And there's no real authority out there to do anything about it. No one can stop any of it. The police are utterly worthless. If anything, they're just going to
Well, 'cause
participate in it.
they're part of it.
And
They're the ones who
yeah,
got me.
the police are worthless. All they're gonna do is participate in it, and then the government's not even gonna listen to anything you have to say. And then the United Nations, people are calling the United Nations, getting the phones hung up on them and stuff like that. People are out here killing themselves and going on shooting sprees and going into psychotic shock and stuff. This I'm glad I got my God with me because this stuff is really really out there. It really is.
It really is
It's
because like my family knows about like the hand signals and everything. I don't know what course they took, and I can't get any information out of them about anything because I like inquire like, "Oh, what was that hand signal? Like, are you? Oh, we didn't use a hand signal." When obviously they're signaling to each other, and I'm like, "Well, why did you pick this place for me to go to rehab to?" "No, you picked it." And I was like, "How could I have picked it when they wouldn't let me on any of their phones?" And the voices like convinced me it would be a great idea to throw my phone off the deck because I was under just a tremendous amount of stress at that point in time, and I thought all my calls were being intercepted, like every single call, like I thought was being intercepted. So I did. I threw it off the deck. So I'm like, "How could I pick this rehab place when you guys won't let me use any of your electronics or any of your phones?" It's like they give you just false information that's just 100% not true. No, you picked that place. What are you talking about? You wanted to go there.
Yeah. But yeah, they do intercept all your stuff. I've seen that in my logs too, redirection of stuff.
Yeah, I've seen it in my phone records too. I was like, I knew I wasn't talking to so and so. Even just like as simple as like say calling your local office, to get your like Obama phone or whatever. I knew I wasn't talking to someone who actually worked at the office because he kept asking me my address over and over again, and I was trying to eat at the time because I was like starving. But I'm like, I gotta make this phone call. I need a phone, right? And every time I went to go take a bite of my meal, he'd ask me my freaking address again. Just shit like that to fuck with you. Like he'll be perfectly silent until I go to take a bite, and he's like, "What's your address again?" I'm like, really, dude?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow,
That's pretty fucked.
that's really crazy. That's really tripped out.
Yeah.
Have you
The trippiest thing was when I tried to call my fiance from my parents' house. Like I was like, that doesn't look like so and so's number. Oh yeah, that's so and so's number. I was like, are you sure? Because like I don't have his number memorized. Because thanks to phones these days, you don't dial, so you don't have any of your friends, phone numbers memorized. And it looked similar, but it didn't look quite right. And so I called, and like it it sounded like a female girl, an adult female girl with a high voice, kind of like myself, pretending to be my own child, saying, like, guilting me about every like mishap of every of my parenting. Mommy, I had a fever one time. Why didn't you bring me Tylenol? When my kid's not that fluent at speaking quite yet. And that's what tripped me the fuck out, was when I think I'm almost talking to my own child or my like fiance, and it's not them on the other line.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a trip.
Yeah, I almost don't even believe it as it comes out my mouth. I've never told anybody about that one.
Yeah,
It just seems too far out there.
Yeah. There was a lot of stuff that I didn't say other than to like my human rights advocate, because I said it sounds crazy. She goes, yeah, it would sound crazy to a normal person, but it doesn't sound crazy to me because I know, she said.
Exactly. There's nothing
I
that can be said on this like channel that I would think is too far out there for me to wrap my head around at this point.
I had a guy. There was a guy that emailed me for help. He said he was getting gang stalked. He was getting voice to skull. He was a truck driver. I was talking to him earlier. I was texting with him earlier, and I contacted him on the number he gave back to me. And I texted him, and the first thing he said was "F you," like "fuck you." And I said, well, okay. I said, I responded back. I said, did you email me your number? And then he starts talking about how there's demons messing with him, and he's getting gaslighted, and his phone's getting hacked and stuff. And so he didn't even know who I was when I texted him. But it was like his response was just like "fuck you," because I guess he's getting fucked with that bad, And I was just like, man,
Yeah.
that's crazy. Like the people who I've there's been people I've been talking to, and like sometimes it's like they really actually believe I'm a part of it, or they believe like they don't know what's going on. Some of them are like, some people have been fucked with so much. It's just like they're
Oh
they're
yeah,
just
the
hostile.
voices tell me every day that you're in on it. Every day they tell me.
Wow, that's pretty. I mean, that's pretty crazy that they would be doing something. If somebody out there is using voice to skull technology, I can definitely believe that they would be doing stuff like that. But I remember one time, huh?
Divide and conquer. Try and convince, make people fight within themselves, make them suspicious of each other. That's a tactic.
Yeah, I'm suspicious of everyone on the goddamn planet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a horrible way to go about life. That's for sure. I totally hear you there. But yeah, that's one of the tactics they used in COINTELPRO and stuff, was setting up scenarios and making people suspicious of each other. So it collapsed the group, made it so they weren't they couldn't form any entity to rise up against the government or whatever. It's to cause suspicion and whatever within the group. So the group is essentially like falls apart and doesn't get to carry out whatever their plan was to to get well, with the Black Panthers, you know, like the rights and the Black people, all the stuff they went through, you know, just to make them so suspicious of each other that there's no way that they could go forward collectively with their plan to liberate or whatever.
Who's that Black Panther? Elmer Pratt, I think, or Geronimo Pratt, or what was his name? The one from Oakland. There was a
the
YouTube.
Black Panthers?
Tupac
The Black Panther
was part of them, part of the Black Panthers.
The
like
Black
a buddy
Panther,
of mine, he kept like bringing up that his mom was a Black Panther, and I had no idea what that meant.
It was a civil rights
the Black
movement
Panther.
for Black people, like demanding their rights and to have, you know, like respect and be treated like a decent, like a human being, like anybody else. It was just like
okay.
Black Lives Matter, like Black Lives Matter. That's the same along the same lines of what the Black Panthers were, and they would actually stood up. They stood up for
the logo.
Like,
the Black Panther logo was actually the Black Panther logo was actually created in Alabama by a small civil rights organization in Alabama, and then it was picked up by another group in Oakland, and they saw the logo and they wanted to use it, and just, you know, a pro, like Demiria was saying, it was like a pro-Black movement in the Black community. People were getting beat up by the police, they were getting harassed. And Martin Luther King had a huge Martin Luther King had a huge following that was pro-peace and nonviolent. And then there was still a large majority of people in the African American community that did not want to go on peace marches and get beat up and bitten by dogs, and they could not fight back. They said that we want to fight back. We're not going to be in a situation where we're going to be defenseless and just sit there and get beat up and not do nothing about it. We're going to fight back. But they were providing food programs for the youth, a lot of education for people. They would go into communities that were pretty rough. Like in the South, the Black communities were pretty passive. You know, they grew up under the white slave master type of mentality. In areas like LA, or areas like Oakland and Chicago, Black people were a little bit more independent, and these people would go into areas where there were street gangs. They would reform drug dealers. They would take guys who were on drugs, or guys who sold drugs, or guys who were in gangs, and they would bring them into education programs and teach them to get off drugs, and they would reform people, and they would do things like that. But the Black Panther movement was infiltrated at some point. COINTELPRO, these different sorts of groups, they planted drugs on people. They framed people for murders they did not commit. They would put people in the organizations to shut it down. They basically destroyed a good group. The group was really they portrayed the group to be these hostile revolutionary people, and that's not really what they were. And they pretty much destroyed a good group.
They were saying they had their rights and they had permits for their guns and stuff, and if violence was going to be projected onto them, all they were doing was protecting themselves and exercising their constitutional rights, and it was legal, but it was seen as a threat to the establishment, so they needed to shut it down, and therefore labeled them basically like a terrorist threat type thing. You know, like it's not good. Whatever they're doing, it's not good, and they just portrayed them as just violent. They just wanted violence. They just wanted to cause harm and stuff, you know, like the whole how they put people in categories and stuff and say, well, because you're this, then you obviously are that, you know, like labeling them and stuff like that. And it created a lot of infighting and stuff, like when I was saying, causing them to suspect each other and whatnot, and then, you know, and then all the stuff that they did too, like Jameel was saying, planting the drugs and stuff like that, because Tupac's mom even went to jail when she was part of the Black Panthers and stuff. But yeah, it was the breakfast program that you mentioned, Jameel. That's what they did, the breakfast for kids, because they were saying something about how important it was to be healthy and stuff like that, and have a good meal to be able to go and learn and stuff like that. And yeah, they did a lot of positive things, and they did exactly what they did to Martin Luther King and what they're trying to do to Black lives and stuff. They just shut them down and said they were, Martin Luther King was labeled the FBI's number one threat to security, and look at what he did. He was
there was a movie. There was a film back in the early '70s called The Mac, and it was about a pimp in Oakland, and a man who had Richard Pryor was in the movie. It's a pretty good movie from the '70s.
I miss him.
And when they were filming the movie, The Mac, they had an issue with the Black Panther Party, and the Ward brothers were in Oakland at that time, and the Ward brothers were famous pimps in Oakland. I mean, they had all the hoes, and they would go to the players' ball and stuff. Back when you had like actual real pimps, And the Black Panther Party came in. The Black Panther Party objected to the filming of the movie and the portrayal of the black community at that time in that way. And they had actually got into it. The Black Panther Party was breaking into their hotels, trying to steal the filming equipment while they were trying to film the movie. And supposedly they made a deal with the Black Panther Party so they could pay them to do the film or whatever. But the Black Panther Party was, they were pretty serious. They were real strong at that time. These guys would find drug dealers on the street and literally kidnap the drug dealers and then take them somewhere and re-educate them on why they should not sell drugs. And you could not sell drugs in a Black Panther neighborhood, and that's what the government did not like. They did not like the idea that these people were stopping drugs. They want black people to be on drugs.
Yeah.
Right. They want black people. Yeah, they do not want young black people wearing suits, educated, smart, intelligent, moving on with their lives and creating businesses. They don't want that. They want young black people on drugs. They want young black people shooting each other. They want the young black people to have an image that's just horrible, and any type of threat to that, they go after it. And the Black Panther Party they were literally cleaning the black community up. They were pushing the drug dealers out. They were telling the pimps to leave. They tried to reform them. If they couldn't reform them, they would just kick them out. And the government had a hard time with that. They did not want black people to be successful in America. If you go and you watch a YouTube video called Black FBI Spy Tells All, he talks about how he worked for a group called the Black Desk, which was like COINTELPRO, but it was more centered at the black community. They would burn down black businesses, burn up black movie theaters, basically anything to cripple the black community. Black people used to own businesses. Back in the 60s, there was a lot of black businesses. Black people don't own anything anymore. If you go to Harlem, through regentrification, all the corporations own everything. Same thing in Chicago, same thing in Detroit. That's what the crack cocaine era was all about. Putting the drugs and guns back into the black community and just destroying any opportunity black people had at making something of themselves. And it still goes. You still see the results of that today. And the Black Panther Party that was a strong group of people that really cared about the youth and the community. And they were not, they should have been left alone. They should have been left there to help their own people and take care of their own people. And it was just horrible what happened to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, now what my friend has been saying makes a lot more sense now. Thank you for filling me in on what that was all about.
Yeah. Yeah. Matter of fact, you ever heard in LA there was a man named Bunchy Carter who was trying to start the LA faction of the Black Panthers, and he ended up getting killed over it. There was a guy named Karinga who started what did he start? He started his Yes organization. Wasn't it? He started some organization, but he came up with the idea of Kwanzaa, and they ended up setting Bunchy Carter up and killing Bunchy Carter. And then after Bunchy Carter died, Bunchy Carter lived in the area of South Central, the Slauson area, and that's really where a lot of the street gangs in the black community started at, in that area right there, as far as like the Crips and whatnot. But Bunchy Carter was very instrumental of trying to get people off drugs and bring people together and do some different things. He, in the area, he was a gang member who was becoming a Black Panther, and he was killed over that. He lost his life. There's a lot of people who lost their lives, um,
Yeah.
associated with the Black Panther Party or joining it.
The first
The
one that was
60s.
killed was a young kid. He was really young from the Black Panther Party. The first death was a really young guy. I can't remember his name.
I don't know.
I recently watched something on the Black Panthers not that long ago, and I remember. Oh, it was actually the Tupac Shakur story, and then I watched the Biggie and Tupac thing, and yeah, they had a lot of parts in the movie that had Tupac's mom and his stepdad and the Black Panther movement, and specifically the young guy, the first one that was killed that was with the Black Panthers. He was really young.
Yeah, they killed a lot of. I mean, a lot of them ran to Cuba to get away from a lot of them seen the group was infiltrated for sure. The group had been infiltrated heavily, and all the people who
they went and got people that were in the Black Panthers and kind of did the deal like, hey, well, if you do this, we'll give you that type thing. And so it was even people that were part of Black Panthers that became informants.
You know what? They had a lawyer, I forget. I think his name was the lawyer Charles Gary. Charles Gary was a lawyer for the Black Panthers at one time, in the late 70s. And by then the organization had already crumbled. But I remember Charles Gary. He was also a lawyer for Jim Jones and the People's Temple in San Francisco. And I remember a lot of the younger guys in the Black Panther Party. I remember studying into that era. A lot of the younger guys in the Black Panther Party were being represented by these lawyers and stuff, and a lot of them were being caught up. I think a lot of them were being framed for stuff they weren't doing, and then a lot of them were being killed.
Yeah.
They were being set up and killed and whatnot.
Yeah.
And and so it's it's a horror. It's a real it's a real sad thing to see people go to such lengths to try to destroy people that are just trying to do good for their own selves.
Well, look what they did to Martin Luther King. They sent him a thing that's stating that if he didn't kill himself by such and such a date, then they would release the surveillance evidence that they gathered with respect to him having extramarital affairs. And when he didn't do that, they assassinated him.
Yeah, then they tried to put him in prison for like 10 years for taxes or something like that at one time.
Well, see, when they can't put you in prison or lock you up in a loony bin or whatever, then that's what they do. They kill you.
Well, the thing about Martin Luther King is Martin Luther King's following was so powerful. I mean,
Yep.
Martin Luther King had a lot of power. Martin Luther King actually was gaining more power than the presidency in Washington, and that was what was scaring people. Was Martin Luther King would go to jail, and people would just come down outside the jail and just stand there and say, if he has to go to jail, we all have to go to jail. And nobody knew what to do. You had black people that did not care about going to jail, and the jail was paying it. The white people were paying his bond for him just to get him out of jail because they didn't want the publicity. And a lot of people were scared of Martin Luther King. They were terrified of that man because there was a lot of fear over Martin Luther King. They knew that they could not.
He was getting people motivated and moving forward to having rights and and ensuring that, these things would happen, and that's they didn't want that. So yeah, they, that's what they're afraid of, and that's a lot of targeting with us too. Is
he was getting
people
phone calls.
who
He was getting phone calls from the President of the United States. Think about that. That man was so powerful. He was getting phone calls from the President of the United States. And so, I mean, when the President of the United States starts calling you, you know you're on a big scale.
Oh, speaking of which, Jameel, to put some perspective into your idea of, rounding up a bunch of TIs and pretty much, going off the grid or whatever, you actually have your first recruiters that are willing to relocate and come over to wherever we will eventually set this all up at. Because I was talking with my fiance last night, and he was saying, there's a bunch of old abandoned towns and mine cities and stuff like that out there in the Midwest, and he's like, he doesn't understand what's going on with me. I have tried to explain it, but I've accused him of being in on it so many times that he's sick of hearing about that. But he's supportive enough, and he's I think to some degree spooked out enough about what's been going on, because he's been seeing things here and there too, to the point that if there is a possibility of going off the grid, you got your first people willing to do that.
And I'm very serious about that. And I do know there is a lot of areas that I know about, such as what you're saying, mining towns and stuff like that. And we can talk about that. We really all need to talk about that. We'll leave it up to a later date. We won't do it. We won't go too much in depth to it in the interview, but that's something that I'm putting into action. And I'm so glad that you guys stepped up on that, because that's the first step to actually.
I was really surprised. I thought I was gonna have to come solo, but my immediate family, just my fiance and my kid, were willing to come.
Yeah, why not? I mean, even the people who aren't getting gang stalked are gonna want to get off the grid. Who wants to live in a society where you're getting stalked and even the damn police are participating? This has gotten out of control, and it really has. And so, I think the best thing to do, is us coming together and getting further away from the problem. See, my economic situation is keeping me where I'm at right now, but as soon as I get my opportunity, I'm gone. I don't have nothing to stick around this thing for. And so, I'm just doing the research I'm doing, and working with people and trying to do my counseling and my courses to help the people I can. But it would be a wonder, and we can see now with the technology, with the computers, we can take all this stuff with us.
Yeah, I was really surprised because I honestly was really stressing about having to take off, and then eventually I have to come back for my kid at some point in time. So I was really surprised that he's
Right.
yeah, my fiance's okay, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if half of what you're saying is even true, but I'm spooked out and have seen enough of it that I'm willing to go, and I was really shocked by that. He's not even a TI. He's something's fucked up. Let's get something new going.
Yeah, most definitely. And what I wanted to do was work on getting some old technology. I don't like wouldn't that be cool if we could utilize some older technology that they can't hack, because they can hack these cell phones and they can mess with our computers and stuff like that. But if we got some older, if we put ourselves in a situation like the off the grid thing and have some old technology and stuff like that, then we can do our own stuff ourselves. Instead of a phone, have a walkie-talkie instead of a phone, or have, for real, I'd be, be out there using some old 1968 or 1981 or something Soviet technology or something. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to, I don't want any connections to none of what they got going on around here. Whatever
Me too.
these
And
people
I
have
kept my get off of video games for as long as I humanly possibly could. Because I'm like, whenever a kid's like, I'm bored, where's my freaking Game Boy or whatever the equivalent to a Game Boy is at this point in time, you know? I'm like, dude, I was like, get off the electronics and go outside. It's called throwing a ball around, you know? Like, don't even get me started on today's youth.
Right. And it wouldn't be, I wouldn't mind doing something like that, and doing it with like those Indians in South America do when they drink that stuff. They put some psychedelic mushrooms in some tea or something.
That's water
Be out,
or
be out
something.
there. Yeah, wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah, I'm a fan of mushrooms over LSD because it's natural, and LSD is just essentially chemicals that make your brain twang.
Right. Right. I was looking at some hallucinogenics like belladonna, or I've never even seen peyote in real life, and I'm
I'm
not
scared
even
of
a
that
drug
one.
user, but I think that would be cool to be out to just like get completely away from like
I hear you like
civilization
barf for like
and
a few days before you like get a high or something.
oh really?
Yeah, like peyote. I think I may be misinformed because I have not looked into it very much. But I think you throw up a whole bunch before you start tripping.
Isn't it the same as like because isn't it like an opiate or something? Same kind of along
It's
the
a
same line.
hallucinogen. Like it's
Yeah,
similar to like LSD and 2CB and all that.
oh, okay. I was thinking it was maybe similar to the opiates, and I was going to say, well, that would kind of maybe explain the sickness, because with the opiates you get that sickness sometimes, like when you first do it or whatever. Like, because I know when I was taking when I first started taking Percocets or whatever, when I would go to the dentist and they'd give them to me, they would just mess me up royally. But I would get sick. Even if I do take anything like that now for any kind of pain, I have to take Gravol because it makes me sick. So that's why I was thinking maybe it was part of the opiate. But yeah, I've never.
No, it's like similar to mushrooms, where like I think it comes from like a cactus or something, and you drink it, and like you stay like in a hallucinogenic state, like more intense than LSD for I want to say about 3 days is what I think I remember reading.
Wow. You'd hope you'd have.
I'm like I want peyote junior. I want like a 4-hour mushroom trip. Like I don't even like acid lasting like 24 hours because it's like, yeah, I want a spiritual awakening or whatever, but I just don't want it to drag out that long.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Can you imagine if you're on a bad trip and it lasted a few days? You'd be like, oh my God. You'd probably go insane
yeah.
before you let me off. I'm done. That happened to me when I ate some hot cookies last summer. I was like, oh my God, make it stop. I did not like it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you get a bad trip, like, yeah, you just don't want it to last that long. But I'm sure there's like something comparable out there for like, for spiritual purposes.
Yeah, and we're gonna get to the point to where we can come across people who can contribute different sorts of things. Like Christiane has different sorts of things. You do, like I do, and there's people out there who might be doctors or might have other purposes. Like, people are leaving society, getting gang stalked, and it's just like if we all came together outside of this thing, and I mean maybe, my God, it might turn into
what they want. You think? Because they don't want us in society, so we're pushed to start our own, and then like a war breaks out or whatever. I wonder if that's what they're like aiming towards, is like a war almost.
That's what Kevin Chip was saying something about. They're stirring up society to basically like civil war. Like we're gonna fight each other. We're gonna destroy each other while they go underground and wait for the smoke to clear, essentially. And yeah. So They do want they want us to destroy ourselves. It has a lot to do with population control and stuff. So there is a lot of truth in what you just said there.
I have a
I know
strange
they have
feeling.
it. I know the people who I know the people who've been a part of the gang stalking the most. I know they have a price to pay because the mindset behind this stuff is diabolical. And there's like you ever heard the saying, "There's no honor amongst thieves"?
Mhm. Yep.
It's
Yeah.
the same thing with this. A lot of these people are going to end up being destroyed. They're going to end up destroying each other and destroying themselves.
Yeah.
And so, I think these people, it's an energetic thing. Once you attach yourself to a demonic energy and you participate in demonic stuff, now you're owned by that demonic. Now those demonic entities own you, and the demonic entities are looking to destroy them next. The demonic entities are going to destroy them and destroy their lives because of what they've done. And
Yeah, but
that's how demonic energy works.
yeah, but before that even happens, like the Bible says, there's gonna be great suffering on earth, and there's like a lot more. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of death, a lot of suffering, and whatnot, and that's what Kevin Shipp was saying or whatever, the former CIA guy. The Illuminati is setting in motion the plan for depopulation, like Agenda 21, and part of that is to turn us against each other, and a lot of destruction and death and stuff is going to come about within ourselves, fighting within ourselves, and then they're going to be hiding underground.
Well, the Illuminati. I mean, when you say Illuminati and all this stuff, I don't believe the Illuminati is really. I don't think it's a concept that is presented accurately through the conspiracy culture and stuff like that. In some ways it is.
Kevin
in some ways it isn't.
Talking about it, and there's been people who have come out who are former Illuminati or like the Illuminati bankers and stuff like that. They've come out and spoke up and given testimony about who the Illuminati is.
That's not the Illuminati. If they were in the Illuminati, they wouldn't be on TV talking about it or on YouTube talking about it.
Maybe it's one of the Illuminati's puppets.
I don't doubt anything these days.
I mean, see, if a lot of people use disinformation. They come out and say, "Oh, I was an Illuminati agent before, and now."
Why would a former CIA offer to lie about it?
Because, well, the Central Intelligence Agency and the CIA, they use disinformation agents. They have people come on YouTube and pretend.
He's exposed a lot of stuff. So
That's what a good, this is my point. Somebody who is a disinformation agent, that's what they do, is they tell a lot of truth and then they put lies in it.
Mhm.
Like they say a lot of stuff that might be real. It depends. Maybe they're not.
Well,
maybe the person you're.
I think it's dangerous to discount it at this point with everything that's proven to be true. I think it's dangerous to believe that they don't exist, because that's the kind of belief that's going to make it easier for them to do what they're wanting to do, if in fact they do exist. And many people have. Roseanne Barr, she's spoken up about MK Ultra and Hollywood and the Illuminati.
I don't think there is. I think whatever secret society is really behind the banking. Yeah, but hear me out. Just hear me out for a second. a real secret society is not going to be known or on paper. Why? How? They're not. They're not going to do. They're just not going to be out there on paper. If you know their names and you know who they are and you know what's going on, then they're not really a real secret society. A real secret society, you're not going to know who they are or what they're doing.
Well, it's like
You
the devil's greatest deception was convincing us that he didn't exist.
No, I know there's secret societies. I know for a fact there's secret societies. I know that for a fact. But my point being is the people who have the most influence, you're not going to know who they are.
Rockefellers and stuff. That's who it is.
That's what you're seeing. They may be doing things and they may be a part of it, but somebody like me or somebody like you who's in the general public is not going to know the actual real people behind it. You may see the Rockefellers are political people.
But I'm saying that
Those are political. Those are people who want to be seen. David Rockefeller wants to be seen. He's not hiding from anybody. He wants to be seen. There's people out there who do not want to be seen.
yeah, and
Those are the people who are. Those are the people who are doing.
He explains the deep state and who what levels are what and who's controlling what. I believe him. Like Ted Gunderson. And he's been attacked. His family's been poisoned and everything too. So
Right. Right.
Yeah, see, I can go both ways on that because I do see how with everything that's going on, it's like how can you discredit anything right now? But I do also see how if they're really the Illuminati, they're not gonna be visible to like anybody. Like they're underground.
no, they're not. They're not. But Kevin Shipp explains like who they are, and they are hiding. But it's come to the point now where they're feeling confident in a lot of ways because of the passivity and the dumbed down people in society who aren't really listening. But on the other hand, he says some of them are afraid because people are waking up.
Yeah, that could be a bad sign if they are starting to pop up, too. That means like stuff's progressing in the way they want it to.
Right. Right.
But the way I understand it, and I haven't done a whole lot of I don't know a whole lot about the Illuminati. I've read several sci-fi books about their participation in this or that, but I haven't done a lot of research on just them themselves. But my understanding is if they want to send out message, they just get one of their puppets to do it, like the president or something.
That's what I'm. That's what I'm. That's well. It goes back. It goes back to, you can go on the news and there's been people who've asked politicians were they a part of a secret society, and they had to get up and leave the room when they were asked the question.
Lady Gaga.
There's people
came out and said that she was approached when she was a nobody doing a burlesque show. She was approached by someone who, and she claims they're Illuminati, said that she could make a lot of money, but you have to sell your soul. And she did. She sold her soul to the devil and stuff and whatever. And she was like an instant success. And that's what apparently the Illuminati does. But you have to give yourself to the devil. And she admitted that.
Lady Gaga wouldn't even be privy to know the actual real people, the movers and shakers in these secret societies that are behind the scenes. Lady Gaga would not be involved with. She would not be involved with them. They wouldn't want it.
Why do you doubt
They
that?
would. Lady Gaga's an because I've been around real secret societies. I know.
You're saying they
I
don't
know how
exist,
it works.
but if they did, then like
That's not what I
I'm not
said.
just
That is not what I said. That's not what I said. What I'm saying is the actual real people who call the shots would not waste their time being in a room with Lady Gaga. She's of no significance to them. Lady Gaga is an entertainer. She pacifies the public and dances around and sings songs for little
she
kids.
said she was approached.
They don't have time for that.
She had to sell her soul, and she did, and that's what happened. So I'm just saying what she's given testimony about, and I'm not
Right.
discounting anything
But
at this point because I think it's dangerous to, like I said, the devil's greatest deception was convincing people that he didn't exist. You know.
No,
And
I know what you're. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. But making my point, the people who have the most influence, who call the shots at the top, they're not going to waste their time around Lady Gaga. They're going to have people underneath them in the entertainment field who scout people out and pick people for money to invest to. It's just, I've been in the alternative research culture for years. Trust me. I mean, you don't have to believe anything I'm saying, but those people aren't going to waste too much time around somebody like Lady Gaga. She's a no. What relevance does she hold for them?
making
She's going to be approached by somebody. She's going to be approached by somebody at a lower level who scouts out and finds entertainments to pick. They find the next famous person or the next movie star, and people.
About it. I'm just, like. I don't know for sure. You don't know for sure. All I'm saying is what people have said, their experiences have been, and who they've been approached by, and how many people have. And with all the stuff that I'm waking up to and finding out is truth, I'm not discounting anything because it's pretty fucked up what's proven to be true thus far. So the more out there crazy things seem, it seems to be more true. And I'm at a point now where I don't want to discount anything to have like the opportunity with the devil convincing he's not real, have that kind of situation and have people doubt because a lot of people
I don't think you understood anything I said, honestly. I'm not saying that stuff. I'm not saying my point being is you're seeing
that level or whatever to that person, show themselves to somebody that's worth nothing. But how do we know that? I'm just going by what people have said. Like for somebody to come out and say, yes, I sold my soul and I got rich and everything was like boom, instant, but I sold my soul to the devil. Like I would think that, if somebody's coming out and saying something like that, and her interpretation or whatever she was told that this person is Illuminati, then I tend to believe that, because why would somebody come out with such an out there statement and admit that they sold their soul? Same, like made a pact with the devil, and because that's something that's people are going to ridicule right off the bat. And then Roseanne Barr exposing MK Ultra and the Illuminati and all the other individuals and stuff. Like, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist either. I look for facts from. There's a lot of credible people out there that the things that they say, like, and then having the intelligence, former intelligence agents and stuff confirm a lot of this stuff that, it makes sense. And I don't like the fact that the world is the way it is, and it's pretty disturbing that I've woken up to this crap, but I don't want to doze off and and not take anything seriously that there's a lot of credible information out there. So I mean, it could be what, like you said, could have been somebody who's just kind of one of the handlers for the Illuminati, but my thing was that she stated that it was Illuminati, right? That painter, so I tend to believe that if that's what the interpretation they got.
But why? What would they be telling? Well, okay, what would they tell? What would they say? What would they tell Lady Gaga? I'm the Illuminati.
They told her that if she wanted to make a lot of money, they believed that she could make a lot of money, and if she wanted it, she could have it, but she had to like make a pact with the devil, and she did, and she was like an instant star overnight.
Yeah, of course. Okay, I see what you're saying. The corporations came to her and told her that I know there's celebrities who do blood contracts where they cut their hand and they do oaths and they're involved in demonic rituals and all this stuff. But I just don't feel that the actual movers and shakers behind the scene would have approached her in person. I think they would have used somebody underneath them to do it. When you make it in the criminal world, when you make a deal with somebody, you don't have the actual guys there making the deal with you. They're going to send somebody underneath them. You know, I don't. Who is Lady Gaga for people? You know, she's an entertainer. They pick who's going to be famous every year. There's going to be 20 more Lady Gagas in the next 50 years. Is Illuminati going to hang out with all of them?
Oh, I don't know, but I mean, there's Eminem. There's like other people that have tried to speak up, like Dave Chappelle. Like, you know, who knows? They could be, like you said, agents that are underneath, you know, as essentially handlers for the Illuminati. But I'm just saying what these people have said, and they've claimed that these people that they've interacted with are Illuminati. So I mean, they could be what you say. They could be what they say. It's just I'm not going to discount somebody who's coming out with outrageous stuff that's going to have them, you know, attacked by people who
everybody wants to hide behind the name of the Illuminati. Everybody involved in secret societies and groups like that want to feel that they're a part of the Illuminati or something like that. There's like 300 families. Supposedly there's like the committee of 300, and there's 300 families doing the bidding of the 13 families of the Illuminati or whatever like that. And you know, you have bloodlines upon bloodlines and different secret societies working together and all this stuff. And there's so many different people, you know, caught up in fraternal organization stuff. It just doesn't. The actual few people. There's like 5 people who run all the entertainment in America. There's like 5 people who run all the entertainment in America. Then I think there's like 5 people. It might be the same 5 people. But there's like 5 people who own like half the wealth in the world or something like that. The financial wealth in the world.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Okay.
Between the deep state and the shadow government, and he said a lot of people think it's the same entity, but it's not. They're 2 separate entities. He was explaining that as well.
Mhm.
Is that Buddy that was on earlier snoring? Can you hear that snoring?
Yeah, it sounds like doesn't it?
I keep hearing snoring every now and then. I think that's what happened to him. Maybe he fell asleep. We were boring him.
Right.
That's kind of funny. Every now and then when we're talking, I can hear this. Oh my god.
Yeah. But yeah, I was gonna say, I hear what you're saying though, Demaria. Like, you know, maybe I don't know, maybe, you know, I just, my perception of it's just different than your perception of it. But
well,
you know, who knows?
Opinion, right?
Right.
And everybody's entitled to their own way they view it. Like, and nobody can be wrong for their interpretation of something, because that's their interpretation. And,
Right.
and that's wrong. So yeah.
Absolutely. But man, we were.
Oh, it's like 5 after 2.
This is a long interview. We've been,
It's 5 after 2 in the morning here.
Yeah, I know. It's like 4:23. What's her name? What's her name? Got off of here.
Yeah.
That might be her. That's that guy snoring. He's on your show.
Sorry, we bored you. But I'm gonna go. I'm gonna chill out.
All right. Yeah, this is like a 4 hour and something. This thing has almost 5 hours of interview on it. We're gonna have to break this thing down.
Yeah. Or do it in a few separate parts or something.
Yeah. We're gonna have to turn it into a part 1, part 2.
Yeah.
Huh?
He's getting louder with his snores. Good night. Okay, well, I'll talk to you soon, I guess.
Okay, all right. I'll hit you. I'll text you tomorrow. And
Okay, have a good good night or
okay,
good day or
all right.
whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Right. You too. All right, Christiane.
Bye.
All right.